Noć je ova tako lijepa, a u meni silna zbrka kada krene naša frka. Otkrila sam travku, šipražju, otkrila sam sebe, težu, otkrila sam lice i suzicu, otkrila sam ljubav i muzicu. Slušala sam uobičajene pizdarije, paradije, znam pobrojati zvijezde koje se gnjezde.
Hello, early heads in chat. We will be starting in a minute. In the meanwhile, enjoy.
Otkrila
Welcome, chat. It is Sunday, the 16th of February, between 5 p.m. and 7 p.m., and it is me, your boy Hugo, coming in 2 days in a row. A true, genuine rarity. Back at you for a nice, chill news/theory day. Yesterday was a very nice day, even though albeit boring. To all of your surprise, all of you doubted me 16 days ago, but dry February does continue. I managed to survive a birthday party that lasted for between 10 and 12 hours, I think, without having a single sip, surrounded by fucking like Far Eastern Europeans, Kazakhs, Russians, Ukrainians and shit. You know how those fuckers drink. Some stereotypes do apply. Correctly, at least in that regard, and I managed not to do it. Even the birthday boy was like, "Yo, you gotta have one Jaeger for me once the clock ticks 12," because his birthday was on the day after his birthday. I did not do it. After I was like, "Am I being disrespectful?" But afterwards, he came and he said, "No, I really." Respect your kind of dedication to the so-called cause of not drinking for at least 1 month out of the year. I think I told you. No, I didn't tell you. Valentine's Day went great with the girlfriend. I cooked, blah, blah, blah. But that same day, I went to do my blood work. Turns out my liver is perfectly fine, to everyone's surprise. Thank you, Verano Zombie, very much. Today was a very chill day. I played the RoboCop game. It's like a game made for idiots to an extent. You just walk around and heads explode as you kill criminal scum. Stop there, criminal scum. Do not move, criminal scum. And that was pretty much my entire day. I prepared for the stream. I set up some... we're looking for new editors for First Thought. So I was borderline interviewing 2 guys, which never feels good. And yeah, it's been a productive day and a very relaxing day. And now I'm looking forward to engaging in some relatively interesting conversations with you fuckers. How are you guys doing? Thank you very much for all the subbies and bits coming in. Thank you, Romka. Hello, my name is Anti-Revisionist Patriot 1917. When do we build bunker? Bunker is already built. I am in it. Thank you, Ball Bitch, for the first month. Welcome, my friend, to the community. And thank you, Good Lenin, for the 12 months. A whole year? No, fuck that shit, man. That's impossible. It is too boring. I respect all you zenned out motherfuckers that managed to do it, but I cannot. I literally cannot. It's not like probably to subscriber. Probably to an extent, it has something to do with my psychology and something that I need to work on for myself. But also, it is incredibly boring. Like that, at the end of the day, is the main reasoning. Also, my heating doesn't work for some reason, so I'm on air conditioning right now. I'm destroying the planet 1 second at a time. But it's going to get fixed. So it's been a weird 2 days. And I don't really have a boiler, like a separate boiler. My water heats from the general like country's heating system. So I had to shower in cold water for 3 days, and now I feel like a proper chud, like a proper, holy shit, I'm fucking... what's the word? Content maxing. I'm grinding so hard. I'm taking cold showers in the morning. I'm fighting free speech MAGA idiots on Twitter right now. Dude, why are you wasting your time? I will do my best to stay warm. Thank you very much. Level 2 hype train. Well, that's nice. But should we start immediately with Chinese TikTok? I mean, it is the start of the stream, so why the fuck not? I guess. I mean, a promise is a promise. When a hype train is running, we do Chinese TikToks, and there is a hype train going, so let's start out very smooth brained, as they say, with some brain rot, and then we'll move into serious commentary. What do you want? I'm guessing you want the green mouse. There you go. It is a mouse, and it is indeed green. What the fuck? Yeah, for those of you who are new in chat, whenever we have a hype train, I satisfy them with brain rot. This is not common. Found a vid made by a political illiterate 14-year-old that mentioned you could watch later for funsies. Oh no, that would be violence against underage people. I cannot do that. Holy shit, is this Modern Warfare 2? Holy fuck. Straight into my childhood. Oh, soap! Soap! I miss you, soap. This was the mission that you do the snowmobiles in, right? That was crazy. That was like an incredible technological leap back then.
Bad idea. Haha, I gotcha.
Oh, fucking 50 seconds of hype train left. Okay, I don't think this is TOS appropriate. I was stuck on that snowmobile mission, so I had my dad do it. He proceeded to play the rest of the game. Dude, when I was a kid, I was stuck on the lowrider mission and the dancing mission in GTA San Andreas. It took me like 3 months to pass it, and then I was stuck on the plane mission because my like young brain could not fathom the idea of using controls for planes that are different than the controls that are used for cars. Oh, this is a classic. Jesus Christ. Okay, Chinese TikTok. That was quite a thing that we just witnessed. Thank you very much for the very small size, for the all sizes matter type of hype train. Anyways, let's get right into it. What are we going to be talking about today? Well, pretty much what I posted. We are going to be talking about news and theory. The EU-US breakup. Is it imminent? Is it not? We got the gathering over at Munich, and we'll see how that inspires future belief in a cross-continental union between the United States and the European Union. I have many opinions on the topic, that's to say the least. We have an interesting video on how long-term the MAGA ideology will potentially fail. We have the Kanye West Dark Gooner movement. We also have a new video from Good Works. We have a lot of fucking sick ass content to cover today. So I am sure you will not be bored, and I'm sure I will not be bored. But let's start with news. Like, what the fuck happened? Let's ask CNN. Zelensky warns the days of America's guaranteed support for Europe are over. I mean, who saw that coming? Oh, yes, literally fucking everybody. Holy shit. Maybe it's not a great idea for you to base on the entirety of your economy to a link to a third state that is not a part of your union. I mean, that same argumentation was used to slowly cut off Russia from the EU so the EU can quote-unquote be more independent, and yet it was never, which was an okay argument, but it was never applied in the other direction towards the United States. And turns out when the majority of your economy, in this case of a kind of like a federative structure, is completely linked to a foreign state that is not a member of said union, and not only your economy or your infrastructure, but also your, what do you call it, your military, that at some point they will exit the conversation and you will be left holding the bag, which is what is currently to an extent happening. But let's see the CNN coverage, and I'll take my analysis from there. Okay, chatty chat.
Zelensky.
But yes, thank you, Comrade Trump, for further destabilizing the unipolar world order. I always knew that Trump was a third worldist. We do everything for the motherland. Thank you very much, Donald Trump.
He said Ukraine could never accept peace talks without Kyiv's involvement, a message meant for President Trump. He called a meeting between Trump and Putin without the presence of Ukrainians or Europeans dangerous.
Some in Europe may be frustrated with Brussels, but let's be clear. If not Brussels, then Moscow. is your decision.
Zelensky also took questions from our own Christian Amanpour. He talked the mixed messages from Washington and also
for chatters that are not involved in this conversation. Okay, after World War II, the European Union became completely enveloped, completely dependent on U.S. military support and U.S. funding. It developed so quickly post World War II, pretty much at least the western part of Europe, thanks to the Americans. The Americans obviously utilized this to exercise massive military, imperial, and diplomatic power of the European Union. And quite literally, up until 2 days ago, there was never, ever, ever, ever a split on a particular issue between the European Union and the United States. Hell, even 2 months ago when the United States said, hey, we might take Greenland, the fucking Scandinavians said, I mean, maybe, why not? I guess we're okay with that to an extent, right? So we are slowly seeing the unraveling of this relationship. And not to sound like an annoying small child, but holy shit, EU, fucking told you so. What the fuck, dude?
So the need for continued dialogue.
Do you understand what America's position is?
Yes.
Which is?
I think, to my mind, they are preparing atmosphere for their dialogue.
For their dialogue, which will be?
I will explain this to you very simply. Trump wants a peace deal no matter what, because he cares about his political image domestically in the United States. He is ready to sacrifice long-term American imperial interest, and of course he gives little shit about Ukrainian interests in this particular circumstance. The reason Ukraine is actively left out of the conversation that they are having with the Russian Federation is because there is no Ukrainian politician or member of the Ukrainian executive body that will be ready to sign a document in which Ukraine cedes power. For two reasons: because it would be a political suicide and potentially it would be physical suicide. Nationalist patriots, call them whatever you want, would quite literally try to kill them. So, if Trump wants to make a deal with the Russians, he knows that the Ukrainians will reject whatever deal the Russians are ready to accept. Therefore, they need to be removed from the conversation if the Americans want to achieve some sort of quote-unquote peace deal. That is why they are being sidelined. That is the crux of the issue, right? It's not some personal beef or whatever. Sure, there might be some, not to do psychoanalysis on Trump, but a little bit of a, hey, you know, I want to be more famous than Zelensky type of shit going on. But at the end of the day, that's it. They want the war to stop so that he can pat himself on the back. He knows that Putin will not agree, that the things Putin will agree on, Zelensky will not agree on, and he knows that the things that Zelensky will agree on, Putin will not agree on, right? He chose who to negotiate with, and that's how he's going to proceed. And the European Union is throwing a fit, but nobody cares because the European Union has, as I said previously, positioned themselves for the last 70 years basically as a borderline American colony when it comes to the exertion of power. So nobody's asking them about their opinion because they can't do anything.
Wonderful.
Thank you,
A
Delta
new
Frost.
child
Do you think the
soldier,
EU will actually split
subscriber.
off from the US if Trump continues to antagonize them? Say it's not likely as the EU would be nothing without the US. Ideologically, that sort of conversation will begin now. Thank you very much for the sub. But for now, they will not be able to separate themselves, really, because, again, of the hyper-dependency on it. I disagree. He's just pro-imperial as any U.S. president. He just wants to leave a legacy. What the fuck are you disagreeing with? That's what I said. The fuck are you disagreeing with? That's literally what I said.
For the
Look at mouth. Look at mouth. It opens. It says words. Look at ear. Look at ear. Use it. Process information, okay? That is coming out of mouth. I'm not saying that America is simply... I'm not saying Trump has stopped being an imperialist. I'm saying that he is putting his parties and his personal interest in front of long-term American imperial interests. Okay? I have no mouth, and yet I must scream.
Dialogue between
Thank you, Delta Frost.
Trump and Putin. And I think this is up to them, but they can discuss everything they want, but not about Ukraine without us. And that's why in this case, especially in this case, I think it's a little bit dangerous. That's why I said that we need to talk more with the president.
Like a very unlikely twist, but nonetheless a possible twist, is like Ukraine quite literally pulling out of any sort of negotiation. It would be suicidal. But Ukraine has the ability, to an extent, to say, yo, why are you talking to Russia in our name? We don't want anything to do with you guys' negotiation. Even if you agree on a particular thing, we will continue fighting. That is a possibility, but it would be the signing of their own death sentence, because without U.S. military support, Ukraine cannot continue any sort of fight. And yes, that also includes without U.S. support, but with European Union military support. That is also not really going to cut it, as they say.
And to talk more with his people, with his teams. Yesterday, as you said, yes, we have
The risk of offending Trump and losing all support if they push back too hard against him. Yes, that is the correct take.
had good conversation.
So now he needs to do some sort of balancing act. And as I said, I think in the previous stream when we covered this, Putin would be a complete fucking orangutan, imbecile fucking idiot if he does not utilize this situation to get the most out of it for Russia. Like, the Russians have not been in a better negotiating position from the beginning of this war. So, they should, from a Russian perspective, they should utilize it. From a Ukrainian perspective, unfortunately, they don't really, even though it's their people fighting, their people dying, their territory being lost, it's a unipolar world, baby, and unfortunately, nobody's asking them about anything. I wonder if this whole endeavor will grow anti-U.S. sentiment. It definitely will. It 100% will. So from a semi-LARPy accelerationist perspective, this is a further step towards the destabilization of the unipolar world order, aka the idea of such a thing as a cohesive West that includes the European Union bloc and the American bloc. It will take a very, very long time for that bloc to slowly disintegrate because it's so economically linked, but it's not impossible.
And I think that I opened some new details for vice president. That's why I said we need. It's not.
Unfortunately, a lot of people's perspective towards the United States is not necessarily. I'm talking about people in positions of government, especially in different European nations. They don't really look at the United States as a constant, but they look at it as this administration or that administration or that administration. And to an extent, that can be considered the correct take, because we see, at least on this topic, a stark difference between the previous administration and this administration when it comes to their perspective of the war in Ukraine, right? Oh my God, I forgot I have these buttons now. I'm going to fucking overuse them, right? So it's going to be, why am I bringing this up? It's going to be a little bit harder to create strong anti-American sentiment in the European Union, because it's going to be transformed into simple anti-Trump sentiment. And it's going to become like, let's just wait until a more quote-unquote normal president comes back, and then, our America will come back. But that is stupid. Like, now doing full liberalism, doing full realpolitik liberalism for you guys. Like, zero Marxism involved in this analysis. That is stupid, because sure, like, Trump is going to go away, a quote-unquote normal guy is going to come back, but then what's stopping that normal guy from being replaced by another Trump in 4 years after that? There is, if you have half a brain and you're running the European Union, you should understand that America is the definition of an unstable partner at its current stage. It might have been a stable partner up until now, but at its current stage, it simply is not. And some politicians might start bringing that up and introducing a alternative, patriotic European Union pitch that is anti-American. But it is very long-term thinking, because there's no money in that. Like, no money currently. Thank you very much, Xi Jinping, for the gift sub. Thank you very much. Or Trump, thank you for the anonymous. In Ireland, the general population have always been super pissed about American jets in Shannon Airport. Every administration till Obama, we had it. Given the current situation, the discussion has begun again amongst people. Yeah, that's good. That's good.
Not
So yeah, that's basically my take.
to waste time is really very important, I think, diplomatic investment for the future, just and lasting peace for Ukraine. You.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I thought you were going to say some more things.
Your order.
Yeah. You just sort of, I suddenly got
Sorry,
flummoxed.
I'm
No.
sorry.
And we can already see it from Zelensky's mouth. Like, he is unironically introducing the idea of a more independent European Union from the perspective of the military, right? He is quite literally telling them, as we can see right now, America is no longer a partner, at least on the field of military infrastructure being quite literally given to us for free. Therefore, we need to organize domestically. So it's the little snowball that is slowly going to be running down the mountain as long as the Americans continue to self-sabotage in this way.
You said Putin doesn't want peace. I mean, you just said it
Yeah,
loud
it's
and
true.
clear here.
It's true.
So what is the dialogue, and have you convinced...
But of course, yeah, China will try and step in and fill that vacuum. Is that possible? I don't know. I mean, if China invests enough in a pro-Chinese lobby in the European Union, which currently does not exist, that does not exist. That is bullshit, woo-wee-wah-wah-wah-wah American propaganda. There's no heavy-duty pro-Chinese lobbying in the European Union. But if we start seeing heavy-duty pro-Chinese lobbying in the European Union, that means that the Chinese have calculated that there is a long-term potential in closer ties between the two, and that means that it's an actual potential reality. So, we'll see how it goes. Another thing is that the U.S. wants to rid itself of other wars to gear up for fighting, attacking China. Maybe. I'm not, I will not deny that. To think America is going to drive Taiwan into Chinese hands, also maybe. I think that Taiwan's political establishment are quite literally more they're more American than they are Chinese, Taiwanese. Okay, let me be I don't fucking know what sentence to use for that, what wording to use for that. But so when it comes to the administration of Taiwan, not all too likely. But when it comes to very wealthy people in Taiwan and general citizenry, it's possible. But the current leadership of Taiwan is literally these guys are more pro-American than pro-Taiwan. These guys are quite literally installed. With all due respect to Taiwan, these are just Americans that are running the country. I have the same position as the U.S. government. China and Taiwan are one country. I'm not going to say which one I prefer to be on top. Thank you, Barry, very much for the 12 months. One of my favorite Oilers. I hope your wife's husband is good, bro. Hey, does anyone in this chat have any ideas of I can develop my... Okay. We talked about that before. If China gets the kind of relationship the U.S. has with the EU, that might be an interesting time.
The Americans that A, Ukraine has to be at the table, and B, I guess the Europeans have to convince them that they have. Did you get a commitment from President Trump that you would meet with him first? Do you have a plan to meet with the president?
You want You want to see the fit? Very chill fit. Very. I am working on chopping wood, or I am working as a barista type of shit. Very simple. This is like Costa Maya, Mexico. A friend went to Mexico and got me the T-shirt. So love to Mexicanos if there's any Mexicanos in this bitch.
No, we have our plan, of course. It's our country
Wood chipper.
dream.
But a woodchuck chuck, if a woodchuck could chuck wood. Ah!
And that's why it's our plan.
All right, let's go now to CNN's chief national security correspondent, Alex Marquardt. Alex, in his remarks, Zelensky said...
Very IRA meets Canada, thank you. Oh, and I forgot to say, today we are doing the special 10 gift subs equals 15 gift subs. I haven't done it in a second. I think 3 streams I haven't done it. So for every 10 gift subs, I donate 5 out of my own pocket because I do not want a single one of you to ever have to watch ads. We call it the subscription mutual aid system. And there you go, Will Morriger. Hamburger! Thank you very much, Will. Here we love money, but we hate ads more, so I'm willing to give basically half of the amount that I make off of gift subs back to you fuckers by always giving pretty much half of it as long as it hits 10. And that's 10 cumulative, not 10 individual. There we go. And thank you very much, Sofa Cushion. Thank you very much for the 12 months.
Subscriber.
Anyways, back to the regularly scheduled program. Paint the chat purple, baby. The 2100 has been looking me in the eyes for far too long. We need to hit that bitch.
It would be dangerous for President Trump to
A
meet
new
with
child
Putin.
soldier.
Before him,
subscriber.
also talked about this army for and of Europe. Give us the headlines.
Well, yeah, the Europeans are understanding
new
that
child
America is
soldier.
not a sustainable
Subscriber.
long-term partner, and they are considering creating their own more independent military. That's the fucking analysis there.
I think both those
It's not
things
that deep. Sometimes,
Wonderful,
chat
a
is
new
not
child
complex,
soldier.
and this
I
is the
mean,
case
subscriber.
Victor,
with this scenario.
really speak to the uncertainty and fear that President Zelensky has about the United States right now, particularly when he sees President Putin
Wonderful,
cozying
a new
up
child soldier.
to President Trump and
subscriber.
mixed signals, frankly, from different members of the Trump administration. So this was a really striking set of remarks from President Zelensky, both his own speech and then in that interview.
You see, the
Wonderful,
U.S.
a
Secretary
new
talked
child
about
soldier. Subscriber.
talked to Russia about removing sanctions. Yeah, they're like now they're negotiating what Russia gets and what Ukraine gets. Ironically, without the Ukrainians being asked about it, because they know that the Ukrainians and the Russians will not agree. So they're betting on not a winning horse. They're betting on which horse is more likely to put a stop to this at the current moment so that Trump can get more political points domestically. That's the only fucking appropriate analysis of this. Thank you, cynical Chris.
With Christian Amanpour, it was, for lack of a better description, a call to
Europeans don't understand jack shit, bro. They are the same cloth as Americans. There is more diversity, but propaganda works the same in the EU brain. Yes, I agree. But now we are seeing a split, a potential split long term. We're seeing the beginning of a potential split.
to arms, both literal and figurative. I mean, he said in no uncertain terms.
The Americans are going to pitch to them that this is not a split because you should not be worried about Russia moving further into the European Union. That's going to be the pitch. But then you will have the domestic European Union military-industrial complex that would be pushing, no, they're about to walk through Berlin any day. So we should build our own army. These are like lobbies at play. These are industries at play. These are political interests at play. A lot of shit. Let's assume they'll achieve peace. Europe is mostly now independent from Russian energy, using more expensive U.S. energy. So after sanctions are lifted, Russian energy will be just cheaper. Will U.S. allow that? Well, now they're cut off. So sure, Russian energy might be a little bit cheaper, but they will continue selling it to their new partners. Europe buying Russian energy at the same level as pre-war is not gonna happen ever again. The Americans know that they've now achieved that kind of link, and there's no going back. when it comes to American, more expensive energy in Europe.
Terms that Europe cannot count on the U.S. anymore, that the relationship with the United States is evolving, and there may come a time when the U.S. simply says no to Europe. He pointed directly to the speech by the American Vice President J.D. Vance just yesterday.
This is a burning hot take. This is a burning hot take. But Zelensky's commentary is quite literally the start of a pro-European but anti-American dependency rhetoric. So what a lot of even like left-wing analysts looked at as as something that can borderline not come and bite America in the ass is coming back to bite America in the ass. And that is something that also I did not expect. The wholesale support of Ukraine and, the dying of so many fucking people is coming back to bite America in the ass, which is crazy. Thank you very much, Futakuchimana. Thank you very much for the raid. I hope you had a great stream. Everybody, please go and give our dear, dear comrade a follow. Thank you very much. Welcome, everyone. Those who are new here, we do Marxist analysis of shit. I'm a Balkan guy. I sit here and I scream about things that I care about. And it's fucking fun. And I love my chat. And things are fun. Except when there's war. That is not fun. Thank you very much. If anybody was considering fucking oiling me up, now would be the time to make our dear, dear friends feel welcome. Thank you very much. There's also an ad playing in 4 minutes and 20 seconds if that is another piece of inspiration. But thank you, Futakuchi. Thank you very much. Let me also give you a subby. Thank you very much.
Zelensky saying that, basically paraphrasing Vance, that decades of this old relationship between the United States and Europe is ending, and that Europe needs to adjust to that. Here's a little bit more of Zelensky said earlier today.
Some in Europe may not fully understand what's happening in Washington right now, but let's focus on understanding ourselves right here.
If you're coming into the conversation right now, we're talking about the American-European Union split over the current negotiation of the potential stop of the war in Ukraine, right? That's pretty much it. European Union and especially Ukraine slowly realizing that Americans long-term are not a stable partner and looking at alternatives, the start of a larger conversation and a snowball effect that can lead to a more material, let's call it, distancing between the two groups, which up until very recently nobody could have even imagined. Like when you say America and when you say the European Union, those two things are basically the same. That is now being questioned. Thank you, Zins Left Nut. You're completely right. The Orange Man wants to score political points here in the Bürgerreich. Also, he wants the EU to be forced to purchase our shitty, more expensive LNG. Keep up the great work, comrade. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm glad some of you beautiful people are understanding this. Okay.
Here in Europe, we must give strength to Europe first. Does America need Europe as a market? Yes. But as an ally, I don't know.
That is crazy. That is insane. Saying that this would happen 3 years ago when this war started would like make you look absolutely fucking bananas. You would sound like a conspiratorial psycho. I don't think anybody at any point that I've seen could have predicted or did predict this particular split. That Ukraine, which received fucking hundreds of billions of dollars worth of military aid, is now understanding that to an extent they're being left out to dry and is engaging in, let's be honest, anti-American rhetoric. I don't know, chat. I wish I had it on my, when it comes to Zelensky, chat, are we, jebem ti mater,
Switching sides.
Oh.
2 days ago, President Trump told me about his conversation with Putin.
Thank you and the burden of being right. I mean, I'm called a tanky all the time, but like I haven't seen a lot. Like I haven't seen ML analysis that was ever like, hey, the Ukrainians will realize that they're being to an extent screwed over. Thank you, Lac Lesser, for the 2 months. Thank you very much.
Not once did he mention that America needs Europe at the table.
Brother, signs were there when Israel took priority. That is correct.
That says a lot. The old days are over when America supported Europe just because it always had.
Holy shit. Holy shit. I hope you understand the weight of what is being said here. I hope you understand the weight of what is being said here. We have, for so long, we've anticipated the derealization of the unipolar world order, but now you are witnessing it. You are literally witnessing it. You are witnessing it.
And so Zelensky called on.
But I like, if somebody like bet like 10K with me, I would have accepted that the European Union would, and Ukraine would be the ones to initiate the conversation about a split with America. Like if you came to me like 2 years ago and you put $10,000 on the table and said Ukraine will rhetorically initiate the conversation of militarily separating from United States interests, I would have bet, because I would be like, that's the easiest $10,000. But I would have lost that $10,000. I would have lost that $10,000.
Europe to band together and defend their own interests, and he said it should be done through European armed forces. He literally called it an armed forces of Europe, so that Europe's future depends on European needs and European priorities. Victor and Emma, of course, there are major questions about the state of these negotiations, which haven't even started yet, but there have been accusations that the Trump administration has already been giving concessions, has already been doing favors to President Putin. We heard the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, say a couple...
I mean, if the concessions to Putin are, from the perspective of the Europeans, too big, that will make the snowball effect like snowball even harder.
Days ago, that American forces would not go into Ukraine, that Ukraine would not be a member of NATO. That's something that has been echoed by the president.
Literally on second monitoring history unfold. people will ask you in 50 years, yo dad, I heard about that, like yo grandpa, I heard about that period of time when there was this like country America that was basically ruling everything, and it's not like all these like multiple countries competing amongst each other. Like when did the U.S. empire slowly start like declining? When did you really notice it? And you'll say, there's this guy that's now a fucking android that streams 24/7, but back then he was a masked Balkan guy screaming about politics on the internet, and we watched it unfold live. Okay, we watched it unfold live.
President
Where have you been during 9/11? I watched Yugopnik. That's one. Yeah, it was crazy. I was there playing Xbox and listening to a guy talk about it.
So there were a lot of questions for J.D. Vance when he got here to Munich from the Ukrainian side, from European.
Which position will EU fascists take? That's a great question. I'm pretty sure that there's going to be a small split in that. There's going to be a small split there. There's going to be pro-American right-wingers, and there's going to be like European Union for Europeans. Right-wingers. You're going to have both. You're going to have both. Definitely going to have both.
Officials, he kind of equivocated.
And like one group is probably just going to be receiving a lot of American money. That's why they're going to be like, the West includes America. And the other ones are probably going to be receiving Russian money. And they're like going to be no.
Yesterday in Vance's meeting with Zelensky, he said that
and you could have a third path of like, like a super independent European Union that to an extent, like even progressives can utilize. Even progressives can utilize if they do the pitch that, it's anti-imperialist and so on. And, we should take care of our people, create welfare states, develop the domestic economy, make our industry independent off the East and the West. You might even have progressive political parties that are utilizing European independence as well, which, could be utilized to some relative good.
He wanted to keep all options on the table, that he was preserving optionality for President Trump. So certainly a lot of concern among the Ukrainians, among the Europeans. These negotiations.
Like I know this is developing in front of us, and I can't directly tell you what to do. At least you beautiful people that are organizing in Europe, the European listeners. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I do genuinely think that this, let's call it disillusionment that the European Union is now feeling with America can be used as a cudgel for socialist agitation as well. It can be. It can be made as a part of the program, of the general program. Of basically the pitch that the European Union has been a vassal state and that it shouldn't be a vassal state because fuck Americans. Because that can resonate with the normies really fucking hard, like really hard.
Negotiations just getting started in Ukraine, wanting to make sure that they are at the table when the fate of their country is really what's in play here. Victor Amra.
Alex Marquardt there in Munich for us. Thank you. Let's bring in now former U.S. Ambassador to NATO, Ivo Dulzer. Mr. Ambassador, good to have you back. Let's start here from the framework of President Zelensky's remarks, saying that Europe needs its own alliance. We must build the armed...
Oh, wait, shit. Look at Magic, chat. Look at Magic. Look at how many ads I have on screen. You want to see Magic? You want to see Magic? Look at this. Look at this. It's miscounting. Look at this. It's crazy. 1, 2, 3. Wait. Drive. And boom. It was a lot more than it was. Boom, boom, boom.
Armed forces of Europe, so that
Twitch for fucking glitching out so hard.
Europe's future depends only on Europeans, saying that the U.S. doesn't appear that they really need the Europe as allies. What was your reaction as former ambassador to NATO of that framework from Zelensky?
And if anybody thinks the Americans don't have a long-term plan for this potential distancing, I appreciate your innocence, but they definitely do, and it can go many ways. I think the main pitch is going to be the Trumpian pitch that national sovereignty is what matters above all, and that people should be more inspired by the UK, and they're just going to pitch Brexit arguments for the European Union. It's going to be literally disintegrate the European Union, which is a more complex issue than just the European Union bad, just FYI. Obviously, the European Union in its current form bad, but Brexit was not a good thing. You can hold both of those opinions at the same time. Holy shit. Turns out things are complicated. I'm not just here screaming like empty flosculas, as we say in my part of the world of really what? Oh, I'm a communist. No, Jesus. If you want that, there's plenty of other agitators that you can watch that just fucking scream terms at you that are not really realistic in any way or form.
Well, my reaction was one of sadness, though I think he is also correct. I do think that the United States in the past few weeks has behaved in ways that make it incredibly hard for Ukraine, which is at war, for Europe, which is living on a continent at war, to rely on the United States. The United States is proving not to be a very reliable ally. And the two things that are most shocking over the past week are, one, the fact that the President of the United States decided to get on the phone with Vladimir Putin without talking to Europeans or without talking to Ukraine to promise a peace conference. And
I wouldn't be surprised if the U.S. started funding AFD-type organizations to bring down the EU. Me neither. Disintegrate the European Union and have strong pro-American parties in the individual nation states. That's how I would do it, brother. Yeah, brother, that's how I will do it, brother, to bring back those sissy-ass Europeans back into the fold, brother. Who the fuck these fucking little sissies think they are, brother.
Peace conversation that would take place between Washington and Moscow, even though Moscow is the aggressor and Kyiv is the victim, and not make them part of it. And then secondly...
Yeah, but bro, like, Trump does not give a fuck. He just wants to be the peacemaker back home.
The lecture...
Which, let's be honest, long-term, further destabilization of American international influence, good thing. Good thing. I just feel bad for the Ukrainians.
That we heard here from the vice president about the nature of the...
And me saying that does not mean that I think that the Ukrainians should be dying and fighting for the next fucking 500 years either. It turns out it's fucking more complicated than that.
Democracy coming from a vice president who still does not recognize...
Europeans are finally forced to see how little America cares about them. Exactly.
That in 2000, Donald Trump lost the election and Joe Biden won. Was not taken well by people here. And so there is this question that President Zelensky put on the table. Are we really still capable and able to rely on the United States, or should we rely only on ourselves?
And even in that context, President Zelensky said today that there would have to be some security guarantees to agree to peace with Russia. There are already security guarantees from the 1991 independence after the Orange Revolution. So who would have to offer those guarantees? Would that be the U.S. again, considering the situation Ukraine finds itself in now, or would those have to be guaranteed by Europe?
Well, I mean, I personally would argue that those guarantees would have to include membership in NATO for Ukraine, which is how we traditionally have dealt with.
What's going to happen is what the Americans are proposing. And what the Americans are proposing is most likely secession of currently held Ukrainian territory to Russia and the NATO troops deployed on the borders without Ukraine entering NATO. That's it. There's going to be NATO troops there, but Ukraine is not going to be NATO. It's a midway approach. If the Russians do choose to reinvade, they will have to shoot NATO soldiers, which is literally the same as starting a war with NATO, and then, you know, we all go to our bunkers and we survive in them for 3 months and we die of radiation poisoning. That is what is going to happen unless, I don't know, something crazy happens. You can quote me on this in 6 months.
With the insecurities on the continent. This is a continent that only had 12 countries as members of NATO. It now has 32. And
don't have a bunker? Skill issue, bro. Skill issue.
The reason is because certain parts of Europe have found it better and more secure to be part of NATO than not be part of NATO, as we found with Finland and Sweden. But the president has ruled that out. He has taken the Russian mantra that the war was caused by the possibility of...
Walters, you know, dude, didn't you follow the saga of that girl in Texas that was digging tunnels under her house? I mean, enough dedication, a big enough shovel, and some reading of what was the word of like architectural digest and physics, and you can everybody can make himself a bunker, dude. The one thing that the Albanians were correct on: fucking bunkers for everybody, baby.
If Ukraine...
And if there's no nukes, like, you just make it into a man cave or a girl cave or a they-them cave. I don't fucking know what you want to call it. And you just chill in there. And then if there's an apocalypse, you go and you live in a they-them cave forever.
Joining NATO, that is, of course, absurd. The war was caused when Russia invaded Ukraine. And we had Pete Hegseth, his defense secretary, ruling out not only NATO membership, but U.S. participation.
No, but I know the Hasidic Jews that were digging tunnels during COVID. Yeah, I mean, be inspired by those. Just don't get caught.
In any security guarantee. So again, I think what President Zelensky is saying is we can't rely on the United States. We have to rely on Europe. And now is time for Europeans to do more, not only to defend their continent, but also to help and secure Ukraine's future. It's a tough task for Europe. It doesn't have the forces at the moment. It is not spending enough in order to get those forces. But I see in Munich here a wake-up call among...
Unironically, I don't trade in stock, but I like to LARP as someone that trades in stock. Are there what are the European military companies? They make European tanks, they make European planes, they make European guns and shit. Put some money in that shit. Put some money in that shit. That shit gonna go up. Airbus tails, base systems. Thank you very much, Ethan. Kongsberg. Puts it if you got some extra money. Oh, this is going to get clipped so hard out of context. Hugo suggests to his fellow socialists to invest in imperialist military-industrial complex. But that's probably, that line's going to go up in the coming years. That line's going to go up.
Europeans to say, we would like to do it with the United States. We would prefer to do it with the United States, but we've got to do it even if we can't do it with the United States.
That's interesting. You say you see a wake-up call there because former President Biden used to tell stories about the former German...
What's the craziest outcome of the situation? The craziest outcome of this situation is Americans negotiating a peace deal with the Russians and the Ukrainians saying no. That is by far, I don't think it's going to happen, but that would be an insane twist. Even if Zelensky is okay, guys, we don't have a choice. Without American guns, we can't keep fighting. Boom, assassination. Boom, coup by an ultranationalist movement in Ukraine, and they keep fighting guerrilla warfare for the next 10 years. Ukrainian Hamas shit. Boom, Ukrainian Hamas. That would be a twist of the millennia. There would be so many more that's. Yes, it would.
Wonderful, a new child soldier.
Vozi Jugo auto po gradu I njemu vozi lepu curu mladu. Hvala čete, brate moj. Gde si lepotice. Hvala ti, brate.
Chancellor Angela Merkel and the questions about U.S. leadership and abdicating its position on the world stage. Do you think what happened this week, the pairing of what we saw from Vice President Vance and the reaction in the room, and what happened today with President Zelensky is a pivot point for Europe?
Yeah, I think it's a pivot point. It's not only what happened here today and yesterday.
Let's see some better analysts on this particular topic. From my cousin. Hello, cousin. Here's second best house in village. My Greek brother from another mother, Yanis Varoufakis, the unk to top all unks, the sexiest socialist, the real baddie with no hair. Yanis Varoufakis on depressionnow.com on this same topic. Let's continue. By the way, chat, you still have text-to-speech if you want to troll me. I kind of really like you. I'm not going to lie. It's kind of funny. Just no hate speech, please. Thank you.
So Long, I'll See Ya by Tom Waits. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, War, Peace, and the Presidency. I'm Amy Goodman. We turn now to Munich, Germany, where a high-level security conference with dozens of world leaders is underway. At the top of the agenda, Russia-Ukraine war. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is expected to meet with Vice President J.D. Vance and Secretary of State...
Shit, I also need Bomb Donetsk children as my one of my soundboard buttons. I haven't added more. I need to add more. I didn't have the time. I'm gonna add a bunch more. And also for 50 subs, the alert that I'm gonna add. Toasty has a great idea. Burger, Whopper from Dune. That's gonna be sick.
Marco Rubio today. Earlier this week, President Trump said he would hold bilateral talks with Russian President Vladimir Putin to end the nearly 3-year-long war. The announcement stoked fears in Europe that Ukraine would be sidelined in the talks. This is the German Chancellor, Olaf Scholz, speaking last night at a news conference in Berlin.
Nothing should be decided about Ukraine without the Ukrainians, and nothing about Europe without the Europeans. That is a given. We agree on this with all our friends and partners in Europe.
We did not agree on this for the last 20 fucking years plus. They unironically did the same, everything that the Americans would tell them. Motherfucker, they caught the Americans spying on Angela Merkel, the previous long-term chancellor of Germany, and they did nothing about it, dude. Eurocucks waking up to the fact that their cucks after hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians died. Like what? You needed like 1 million Ukrainians, 3 million Ukrainians to die before you were like, maybe America's just using us for their own interest. Ooh, plot twist.
One thing is absolutely clear to me. Any negotiated solution must enable Ukraine to have armed forces at its disposal in the future that can repel any renewed Russian attack. This is a considerable challenge that can repel. Must enable Ukraine to have armed forces at its...
But why just Ukraine, bro? Why just Ukraine? Why just Ukraine? You don't want Germans to be dying, huh? You don't want Germans to be dying? I mean, if you're so fucking patriotic... why not send more money? Why not send troops? Come on. Oh, because we're members of... okay. Because he knows he will never have to.
Disposal in the future that can repel any renewed Russian attack. This is a considerable challenge financially, materially, and logistically.
And human lives, and the human capital, E.
This would exceed Ukraine's financial capabilities for the foreseeable future. We Europeans...
Same as in the next 2 minutes, the ads will stop you from seeing any foreseeable future shared with Yugopnik as the top of the hour ad break plays in exactly 2 minutes.
Woo meow meow woo.
Thank you, not a fan of gender binary. Thank you. I love those. I love TTSs. I should have added them a long time ago. So become a sub, $6 a month, free for Prime, or by oiling your less privileged chatters. And for every 10 gifties, like Will Morgan, thank you very much. I will give another 5 because fuck ads, and did I say fuck ads? Because fuck ads. The only channel on Twitch where I spend half of my gift sub money so that less of you have to watch the ad.
And our transatlantic...
Thank you, Will Morriger. Everybody say thank you, Will. Thank you, Vil.
And international partners are needed here.
On Thursday, President Trump walked back to his...
You could get TTS through bits and channel points too. Really? I would love that. I would love that. I'm not like I would love that. I would love to set that up. Like for like 500 bits or 300.
Wonderful.
Well,
A new
$3
child
is
soldier,
300 bits
subscriber.
and up TTS. That would be sick.
Initial comments and told reporters Ukraine would, of course, be a party to talks with Russia. Vice President J.D. Vance told the Wall Street Journal that the U.S. could slap Moscow with sanctions and even use, quote, military tools of leverage if Vladimir Putin does not agree to a deal guaranteeing Ukraine's long-term independence.
Thank you, ZVIH,
told
very
the Wall
much.
Street Journal he plans to tell European leaders to embrace populist parties, stop mass migration, and curb guaranteeing Ukraine's long-term independence. Vance told the Wall Street Journal he plans to tell European leaders to embrace populist parties, stop mass migration, and curb progressive policies.
There you go. I called it. I didn't even know that was part of the speech. Honestly, I didn't watch it. I didn't feel like it. That's gonna be the pitch. That's gonna be the pitch. Keep them one of us, quote unquote, by destabilizing the European Union and having very pro-American right-wing parties in the different nation states of Europe. That's going to be the long-term Republican play. That is going to be the long-term Republican play. You heard it here first. Thank you, Will Morgan, for 1,000 bits. Thank you very much, man. Vil, I want to grab you and then like, dude, thank you. Holy shit. And then you whip out that massive, and I take it and thank you so much.
Vance will not be meeting with the German chancellor, who's the host of the conference. Meanwhile, over 40 protest rallies are planned against the security conference in Munich this weekend. For more, we're joined in Munich by two guests. Melanie Schweitzer is a lawyer who works at the German Ministry of Labor and Social Affairs, a member of the Progressive Party, Mira 25, running for a parliamentary seat in the elections later this month. And we're joined by Yanis Varoufakis, former...
Wait, where was...
Finance Minister of Greece. His most recent book, Techno-Feudalism, What Killed Capitalism. He's scheduled to speak...
Right-wing government across Europe are going to ride into power on we will not sit in the cock chair. We will have the immigrants sit in the cock chair. But, I mean, that's awful. That's fucked up, but it's funny.
speak at one of the protest rallies in Munich Saturday. Their slogan, peace capable instead of war capable. Yanis Varoufakis, we'll start with you. What exactly does that mean? And what is your overall message in Munich right now, where you have the new Vice President of the United States and new Secretary of State? Of course, they're not the only members. The message, the top story now is the Russia-Ukraine war.
A new child soldier, subscriber.
Well, I mean, Europe used to be a wonderful peace project. The whole point of bringing together different nations into the European Union was supposedly to make sure that there would be no more war in Europe. Unfortunately, cornered by two...
Thank you by the sword. Thank you very much. Welcome to the community, friends.
Two different authoritarianism, the authoritarianism of Putin on the one hand and the expansionary warmongering forces within the US-led NATO alliance. Europe has been caught in a frenzy of warmongering, essentially. To think about it, Amy, that
because it's like the easiest fucking platform to run on in Europe. You just say democracy, protect democracy. We must protect democracy. We must protect democracy. And there's guys that don't like democracy. And we need more guns and stuff because we must protect democracy. And also, from time to time, fuck the immigrants and the democracy. And you get elected. For Americans in chat, that is 95% of European Union elections. That's it. That is it. Oh, and when it comes to the more like the Hungarians and the Polish and shit, it's also sovereignty, democracy, sovereignty, fuck immigrants, sovereignty, democracy. There you go. Every single European Union state's elections.
That is the European Union's chief defense and security spokesperson, the former Prime Minister of Estonia, Kaja Kallas. Only 2 weeks before she got this position, had advocated the breakdown and the breakup.
And freedom. No, brother, that is American, brother. We do not talk about freedom. In Europe, we are more sophisticated. So we use the other word that at this point means absolutely nothing. Democracy.
Of the Russian Federation. This was like a call for war. So we are here in Munich to demonstrate this conversion of the European Union into a war union. And don't forget that this Munich Security Conference, so to speak, is effectively a very bizarre bazaar for weaponry. All the most ambitious war merchants and arms dealers of the world have gathered here supposedly to discuss.
And of course, they will push this as well. Like, while at the same time, the idea of the European Union decoupling from the United States from a socialist perspective is a good thing. Obviously, it will be massively utilized by the domestic military-industrial complex of the European Union because they want this to happen because they'll be selling more, they'll be producing more shit for future wars or for future no wars, just for stockpiling for European Union members because Americans will be selling less to European Union if the European Union decouples. This is, again, liberal realpolitik, but I think it's a correct take. I want to help the movement, but there isn't really any communist movement in any city near me. What can I do? I'm 16 and live in Sweden. You're 16, give it time. Give it time. When you're 18, 19, you'll probably move to a different city, etc., and there's going to be organizations there. You're, in my opinion, you're too young to organize. Take your time.
Peace. We're here.
Study now, learn, educate yourself, become a fully developed human being, and yeah.
In order to impose a peace narrative upon them.
Can you talk about what Trump is talking about with making a proposal around the nuclear stockpiles of China, Russia, and...
But there you go. You see how capitalism like reshuffles everything. Capitalism manages to reshuffle everything, and that is the power of capitalist ideology. even an idea as relatively progressive, in my opinion, as Europe's decoupling from the United States, is immediately swallowed by the profit motive, and it's spat out as just another potential way to make more money for domestic European capitalists, the worst kind, fucking weapons manufacturers, instead of American capitalists and weapon manufacturers. It's the black pill of all black pills to an extent.
In the United States, Giannis?
Well, Trump's motives are always suspect, and his negotiations may come to naught. But the idea of a negotiated climb down from the heights of this nuclear confrontation.
I actually had hope for Europe. No, you should keep the hope. Like, you should keep the hope. I'm just saying that it's going to be utilized by everyone, but a non-cucked, non-U.S. reliant Europe can be utilized by progressive and even socialist movements in Europe as a part of their rhetoric and part of their pitch to the masses. And it should, because the normies will rub their ding-a-ding on it, okay? I said ding-a-ding. Was it a dingaling? What was it, a dingaling?
Remember that the nuclear clock is very, very close to midnight now. The nearest it has been in the last 50 or 60 years. That is not a bad idea to have this kind of tripolar, if you want, tri-party negotiation.
Especially because a lot of the right-wing parties in Europe get a shit ton of money from Americans and are hella pro-American. You will be able to call them out on a field that a lot of normies care about, which is, oh, which side are you on? Like, oh, pro-West, pro-East, oh, pro-independence. So it will be a nice hammer to throw at them and say, yo, these guys are saying they're populist. We're actually populist because they're just offering you, they're saying, okay, fuck the immigrants, but they want you to be subservient to American interests. So they're not real patriots. We are real patriots because we want to separate ourselves from American interests. We are the ones that actually believe in sovereignty, type of shit. Fuck, that's a decent pitch. That is unironically a very decent pitch.
Of course, who knows what that might lead to, given that Donald Trump is constantly flooding the zone with uncertainty for a number of very, very suspect objectives.
You see what happened? He said suspect, and I played Amogus. Oh, God. I'm ruining my career with the soundboard. I swear to God.
I want to bring Melanie Schweitzer in this conversation, member of the Progressive Party, Mira 25, running for a parliamentary seat in the elections later this month. I said that you worked for a lawyer working for the German Ministry of Labor and Social Affairs. Can you talk about the pressure you've been under and what's happened?
Yes, thank you very much. Hi, Amy. Thank you for giving us space to speak here. I think the situation in Germany at the moment is really dire. There is a blatant attack on freedom of speech, freedom of assembly. We see a dismantling of the rule of law in Germany at the moment, a crisis of democracy, and we really very much fear the upcoming elections in 10 days. And we actually think that this might be the last election before fascism, because the center parties, especially the Social Democrats, the Green Party.
Puerto Rican Vegan Socialists, I'm here for the soundboard effects. Oh, thank you very much. That's what you are.
Also, the left party have taken over the rhetoric of the far right, and not just the rhetoric, but also the policies. So they have made 2 new resolutions against freedom of speech. They have banned Francesca Albanese from speaking at universities this and next week, the politicians. So they have done a crackdown on the protests and anti-war movement, anti-genocide, violence movement. Last week, it was banned to talk any language except English and German, and that was due to lies spread by...
Bro, that German nationalism moment when you love American billionaires, when you love a foreign state, and where you're so patriotic that you allow English in your conversation. bro, this is my ultra nationalist, bro. Fell off so hard, dude.
Axel Springer, the biggest right-wing newspaper in Germany that is constantly going after people.
We will ensure the future of our nation remains fully in the hands of another country. But only one other country. We will not allow it to spread into the hands of other people, but only one other country.
People doxing people. So anyone basically who speaks out in Germany at the moment against the Israeli war crimes against the government is being subjected to political repression and also private and political doxing, where people lose their jobs. But when on the other side you can express genocidal rhetoric without fearing any consequences. So this is why I'm a candidate. This is why I became politically active, because I think this is really very serious. And as a German with the German history, you know, I feel compelled to speak up when in the face of oppression and injustice, and especially being a lawyer, being trained to uphold the constitution and thereby international law. And just to give you two recent examples of like how this is being normalized here, this hate speech. There was just recently a Jewish person, a journalist, being accused of indictment of hatred because he was simply saying a sentence that we as Jewish, we are not victims, you know. So whenever someone speaks up against this whole witch hunt, they become prosecuted. And then just yesterday, the Ministry of Interior tweeted a tweet proudly saying that now in Germany we're the only country who deports people to Afghanistan.
Germany for Germans, except if they talk shit about Israel, another country. But Germany for Germans.
Done. And they were proud about this, and there was a huge backlash about this post that how can you be proud as a European country to deport to Afghanistan? And they were saying where the Taliban is ruling, you know. And today the chancellor was giving an interview, and the journalist was asking him, so what do, you know, if the International Criminal Court comes to the conclusion that this was genocide in Gaza? And he said, I'm not going to answer these questions. It's not possible. It will not happen. And he said, it's absurd. It's just not going to happen, you know. And
Melanie Schweitzer, have you been suspended from the German Ministry of Labor and Social Affairs?
Yes, actually, I have. So I had been voicing my opinion and this on Twitter with my name, and then I had been doxxed and found out that I was working at the ministry. And then I was on holidays in December, and as soon as I was supposed to come back in January, I was suspended from work with immediate effect. So ever since this newspaper article from Axel Springer and Bild-Zeitung came out, I never set one foot again into the ministry. And I still have no idea why, actually, because the only thing that I am aware of is that I was expressing my opinion about the ongoing genocide, and that I'm not, that this has to stop, and that Germany has to stop delivering weapons, and that there have to be sanctions against Israel.
I wanted to...
I mean, I'm not adding anything to this because what is there to add? Just
go back to Yanis Varoufakis and talk about Elon Musk. Some are calling him the ex-president.
So that lady got canceled, yes. The right wing actually does the canceling, unironically. And by canceling, I mean they ruin someone's entire career of civil advocacy because they did civil advocacy and they did not want to support a genocide. In the progressive, inspiring, futurist, liberal state of Germany, supporting a genocide is the only acceptable political opinion. That's why words like, freedom of speech mean absolutely nothing in the current context. Because the words that actually could do some damage are always made illegal. The only thing you are allowed to say is stuff that does not question the status quo at its crust.
Not the former president of the United States, but
its crux.
The letter X, as he owns one of the largest, obviously, social media platforms in the world. X and stands next to the president in the Oval Office, seems to be making a lot of the decisions. Also leading meeting with foreign leaders, and in Germany just held this 2-hour freewheeling conversation with AfD, supports AfD. If you could describe this party in Germany that has risen so rapidly, would you describe it as a neo-Nazi party, and the role, as you talk about techno-feudalism, of Elon Musk?
Well, to begin with the Alternative for Deutschland, the Alternative for Germany, it is a party which started life as a Eurosceptic party against the idea of a common currency. It used many tropes and many turns of phrase that alluded to a Nazi past. It would be wrong to call it a Nazi party or a neo-Nazi party. It would be right to refer to them as an ultra-conservative, racist, xenophobic party, which
hyper pro-American as well, and hyper pro-Israel,
alludes to the dark era of the Nazi period. Regarding Musk as a techno-feudal lord, you have to remember that Musk...
Thank you, Zombie Drea, for the 5 months. Thank you very much.
Is one of the latecomers to what I call techno-feudalism. Jeff Bezos, Mark Zuckerberg, Google, Microsoft were the pioneers of techno-feudalism. They created these digital fiefdoms in which we're encased. And, there is massive exploitation of everyone, of people who sell stuff on Amazon, of newspapers and media outlets like your good selves, whose work is being usurped. But Musk was a standard capitalist. He was producing cars. He was producing rockets, not a very standard product, but nevertheless, an industrial era product. And then he jumps on the bandwagon of Twitter. He buys it because he wants to connect his capitalist empire with what I call cloud capital, with this algorithmic capital, which has this remarkable capacity to alter our behavior, to modify our behavior. And
our behavior, our worldview, our perception of normality, etc., etc. He quite literally bought people's opinions. That was the twist. And then he quite literally bought a political candidate, which allows him to turn the political ideology that he is introducing to the minds of the masses through algorithm into an actual organized structure, and that equals massive political power.
Anyone who owns that capacity, that power, and that capital, that cloud capital, can extract huge rents from the rest of society.
Amazing that AfD calls itself conservative libertarian when it's obviously quasi-Nazi. It's like they want to use the labels that the far right has used in the U.S. to make themselves seem reasonable for decades now. Yeah, like right-wingers have understood something. Labels only carry as much weight as what the perception of them generally is. I'm overcomplicating it. You don't have to be a thing. You do not have to follow a particular ideology. You just steal it, you put it in your name, and the politically illiterate masses immediately think that you are the thing that you're saying you are, which is a copy of who did this first. Who did this first? National Socialists. Exactly. They just took a word that has absolutely nothing to do with their program. They put it in the name, and they're like, this is probably going to confuse a shit ton of people who, like, basically, like, the extent of their understanding of ideology is you are what you say you are. So, yes, in that context, they're calling themselves conservative libertarian, as insane as that sounds, okay? But to people who are libertarian and conservative, they see it in the name, and, they're conservative and libertarian, which probably means they are, fucking, like, literally, when they see paint on the wall, so they see those two things, and they're, of course, yeah, I vote. That means they are those things.
And then very quickly he decided to do that which robber barons always did in the past, which is, of course, to cozy up to government and to gain access directly to political power. So he's a latecomer, but he does move quite quickly, doesn't he?
Well, I wanted to read to you from Reuters and the Wall Street Journal. The man likely to become Germany's next leader warned Elon Musk would face consequences for boosting the far-right AfD, Alternative for Germany, through his ex-social media platform. Friedrich Merz said, what happened in this election campaign cannot go unchallenged. Merz, the front-runner in the polls ahead of the February 23rd election, told the Wall Street Journal, referring to what he sees as Musk's interference in Germany's election. Musk repeatedly calling on X for Germans to vote for AfD, saying...
Imagine if a party invited like a Chinese billionaire to support them. The news articles would be fucking unhinged. Or a Russian billionaire or an Indian billionaire that is sitting out there on stage in Berlin together with the supporters of the German party saying you should vote for this party. I don't know. To me, the most unhinged aspect of this is that you have an unironic nationalist party saying that they are sovereignty first, and they are quite literally inviting a foreign power, one of the most powerful people from that foreign power, to come and tell them what to do and tell their wider population why they should support them. It is counterthetical to anything that anyone that defines themselves as a for sovereignty fighting nationalist should be against. But again, we're going back to like nothing means anything anymore. It's you virtue signal, you virtue signal, you virtue signal, and you virtue signal your way into concentration camps. That's how politics in peak late stage capitalism functions.
It could save the country. And your response, for example, when you're looking at Germany right now and you look at what's happened in the United States, that Nazi salute that that Elon Musk gave several times at a Trump rally.
Well, it's mind-boggling that we...
Imagine if a Russian billionaire owned Twitter, and he was using the Twitter algorithm to push a particular party in Germany. They would ban Twitter in like 12 seconds. Thank you very much, Lesbian Hot Sauce. Thank you, Lesbian Hot Sauce. Everybody go follow Lesbian Hot Sauce. They're lesbian, they're hot, and they're also dropping all the sauce. Thank you very much for the 25. Thank you very much for the raid. I hope you had a great stream. Welcome, welcome, Raiders.
We should be witnessing these scenes today, especially from the South African mafia behind the PayPal mafia. Remember, people who grow up with apartheid in their heads. But allow me to make a comment about Friedrich Merz, who will be the next Chancellor of Germany, according to the opinion polls, and whom you mentioned as having turned against Elon Musk and having accused Elon Musk, quite correctly, for...
Lesbians love Tito, and Tito loves lesbians.
For giving a platform to...
I should know, for I am Tito.
The leader of the Alternative for Deutschland, for Germany. Mr. Merz, even though he's right in putting forward that criticism, is perhaps the epitome of hypocrisy. Because you may have heard that only, 10 days ago, it was he, as the leader of the Christian Democratic Party, that is the leading party in Germany, that went into bed, proverbially, with the Alternative for Deutschland in the parliament of the Federal Republic of Germany in order to pass together his Christian Democratic Union Party and the Alternative for Germany to pass together a xenophobic, racist, toxic bill that was turning against asylum seekers. So this
This is also an OG like Varoufakis analysis of European politics that is correct. I remember him saying, without Macron, Le Pen cannot exist. For Le Pen generates a reactionary fervor to the centrist liberal governance of Macron, not leading to any progress in the domestic French economy. This applies to most other European Union nations, including Germany. You have centrists that keep promising you that everything will be better. Nothing is better. You don't have any class consciousness. An alternative comes that shows you what they think is the root cause of your problem, usually, on the basis of ethnicity, immigrants, racism, homophobia, etc., Islamophobia in Germany, big time. And they show you that alternative, and then you vote for them, and they get into power. This is an even older... Thank you very much, Mav. This is an even older, yellow parenti argument as well. Without the continual failings of centrist liberal policies, you don't have enough fuel for more aggressive and more violent liberals to come into power, or neocons, also known as fascists.
Same man who is going to be the Chancellor of Germany, who is accusing Elon Musk of giving a platform to the ultra-right of the Alternative for Germany, is the one that has already got into political bed with the Alternative for Germany. This is what we've come to. We are now caught up in this agglomeration, in this unholy alliance between the center-right and the ultra-right. And I very much fear that after the federal election, in exactly the same way that we've already seen it in Austria, we've seen it in the Netherlands, the ultra-right and the center-right are going to be pushing the political spectrum deeper and deeper into the territory of weaponized misanthropy.
And Melanie Schweitzer, you're running in these elections for the Progressive Party Mira 25, which is new. Explain what it is and the significance of Elon Musk's support.
Literally, arguably the only party in the European Union which is pro-Palestinian, unironically. That's somewhat in the mainstream, I mean.
And the rise.
Even though they're also not even in the mainstream. From what I know, in the recent elections, it went really badly.
Of AfD.
Yeah, so Mira 25 is a relatively new party. It was established in Germany in 2021. So this is the first federal election that we are taking part in. It is a socialist, internationalist, anti-imperialist party that is founded, also has behind the movement, the European movement of democracy. 25, so DiEM25, and
commies seething at what? At America shooting itself in the foot and distancing themselves from their longest-term imperial partners of the European Union, quite literally fucking proving the do-nothing win Chinese argument. Yes, we are seething at. I am seething, but I'm seething at not having seen this coming. That's what I'm seething at. I would have never been able to predict 1 decade ago that America would be doing everything in its power to quite literally destroy their position as the imperial core. They're speed-running chaos. Okay, they're speed-running chaos. That is the only thing I'm seeing at. You couldn't save Palestine, little bro. Yeah, we couldn't, yes. Great. Wow, incredible. You destroyed me, bro.
It is a party that is firmly against military...
No, keep him here. I love pet hogs.
...militarization, and we believe that we need a movement politically and outside of politics to combat that warmongering that we are seeing, the rhetoric, this preparation of war that feels more and more like 1984, the book, and so we what we see here is also it's an instrumentalization of our past, of our history, so anti-Semitism and reason of state are used to instrumentalize and to weaponize against people who are against this war machine, So we're called radicals for wanting to an end to the violence, for wanting to end weapons delivery. So, between 60 and 70% of the Germans.
Guys, stop hating on the lady because she's a fucking boomer, okay? I know that all of you are. Okay. I know that all of you are Zoomers. The lady is doing her 1984 thing. Let the lady go, okay?
Do not want weapons deliveries to Israel anymore, and all the parties that are in parliament want that actually and support it. So they are not, they do not respect what their voters want, and they do actually not represent them. And the same goes with nowadays. It is common sense in Germany that anti-Semitism is an Arab issue, when actually, and that somehow we have upon our history with that, and then it comes that Elon Musk with a Nazi salute. This is being downplayed and not called what it is. But when people in Germany speak up for the rights of the Palestinian people, their right to life, their right to dignity, they are called anti-Semite. So what we see now is we see fascism playing out.
Wait, the hog got disappeared? Come on. The hogs aren't what they used to be, man. Jesus. They have no argument, and they post Israel emotes. Incredible shit, bro. Come on.
In real time, and it's getting worse by the day, and it's really worrying and concerning. And it also appears, the media is
Karl Marx was a Zionist, so you think that Karl Marx was good, right?
Much complicit in this. So they would ask, for example, because we are completely anti this movement, they don't give us any space to talk. They don't give us coverage for the upcoming elections. So we, as a party that is against this this war movement, are being marginalized and actually threatened by the police as well. We have been told that we have to inform them if we do any political activity beforehand the elections in Berlin. So it's just and Musk working together with the AfD is so very telling about the global developments as well. We are globally going into fascism, and that's why all the Israeli government.
Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky has called for the creation of an army of Europe in a speech to the Munich Security Conference. He says Europe can't rely on the United States and must act for its own sake in the face of Russian aggression. This after warning that his country has a very low chance of survival without US support to fight the Russian invasion. Speaking at the conference, Mr. Zelensky questioned Europe's readiness in the event of a Russian offensive.
Putin clearly sees Belarus as just another Russian province now. And we need to be realistic. If someone is setting up a military launch pad, we need to ask, what should we do about it? And more importantly, what can we do before the next attack, the next invasion? Remember, there have already been provocations on the Polish and Lithuanian borders with Belarus, migrant crisis staged by Russian intelligence to store up chaos in Europe. But what if next time it's not migrants? What if it's Russian troops or North Korean troops? Make no mistake, North Koreans are not weak. They are learning how to fight now, how to fight the modern war. And what about your armies? Are they ready?
Yeah, the pitch is a classic pitch. Like I talked about this. Like the pitch is the Ukrainians are understanding that they're being sidelined by the Americans in the negotiation. They see that long term, most likely their territories will be ceded, and that the Trump administration might do something with NATO troops being deployed on the border with these territories that might be ceded over to Russia. So they're pivoting more towards encouraging the European Union to create a domestic military force that can maybe in the future help them retake those territories or protect the wider European Union from a potential threat. They're playing on the threat, so that more European support, so the Europeans back them, even potentially against the Americans. That's the play, and to an extent, it's the only play that they have. So, I really cannot think of another play, and I know I'm doing realpolitik shit, but there's no other play. Also, like even with my pitch that Trump is shooting American imperial interest in the foot long term by by doing what he's doing right now. The extent of that is very large, very big, like the very bigly, very like that influences America's actions at the current moment because of that administration a lot. But even in that context, they would not allow Russia to actually attack a NATO country. But you never know.
And if Russia launches a false flag operation or just straight up with no insignia from Belarus, like how Crimea got taken in 2014, how fast will the allies respond?
Well, our chief international correspondent, Lise Doucette, says the conference shows the transatlantic relationship is under severe strain.
Ukraine continues to dominate this.
I mean, of course it's under severe strain. The Americans said, we will support you indefinitely in this war. And now they're saying, we will not support you indefinitely in this war. They're going back on their, eternal brotherhood argument for the European Union and through that for the Ukrainian struggle. And it would be incredibly unhinged to not start questioning their relationship to the United States because of these actions, even though it's not over yet. Let's see the direction it goes in.
Second day of the Munich Security Conference, which very strongly worded speech from the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. And of course, this year's conference is very much overshadowed by Europe's worry that they will possibly be cut out of any peace negotiations and any future peace with Ukraine. And of course, the concerns about the broader security architecture. We're joined here by the European Union's Foreign Policy Chief, the Vice President, Kaja Kallas. Thank you for joining us. Are you still worried about the transatlantic relationship after everything you heard yesterday here in Munich?
We have to build our ties with the new administration, that is clear, and we have to hear what their worries are. But it's clear that we are stronger when we are all together. And we have these threats coming from outside when it comes to Russia, when it comes to Iran, North Korea, but more covertly also China, and we need to work together.
But do you sense that the United States will continue?
You see, this is a fucking cuck that literally, like unironically, sucks America for a living. Like that. This is like, if America whips out their fucking massive and takes their child in, they will still say no. That's preferable to a Chinese. As long as it's an American, we are absolutely fine with take my other kid in. Okay, these are traitors to Europe. These are traitors to Europe.
The kind of security partnership that has worked.
And they pitch themselves as fucking patriots, bro.
In the eyes of Europe so well in the past.
We have had good meetings with the Americans. Inside the rooms, they are...
Yeah, because you're a fucking American, that's why. Oh my God, the cope is fucking legendary. How many times does somebody have to spit in your fucking face before you realize that they don't respect you? Holy shit. And I'm not talking in a kinky way.
Saying that they...
Yeah, Estonian. Of course it's a Baltic chick, dude.
Continue with NATO. We are good allies. And these are the messages that we also want to hear, that we are in this together. Of course, publicly, they are also acting, and addressing their domestic public, which is sometimes a bit...
Crazy cope. Holy shit. Crazy cope.
Different.
The message from America is that Europe has to do much more. You have to increase your defense spending. You even have to look at your own societies. Is Europe going to step up?
We have heard this before when President Trump was in the office last time. And since then, a lot has changed because Europeans have heard the message loud and clear. We have stepped up our defense spending. We are doing more, but of course, in the situation where Russia is investing more than 9% of its GDP on military, we need to do more ourselves as well. So we need to...
There you go, dude. Literally an American asset, bro. Not to sound like the fucking crazy MLs that call everybody an American asset, but this is a 100% a pure fucking American asset. There is nothing the Americans can do to her or her country or her union that you will not agree with.
to do this, but we also need to do it together with the Americans.
Zelensky, for example, is the absolute opposite of this lady. The absolute opposite of this lady. The dude came out and said, yeah, sure, we fought with them. They're fucking falling through on everything that they fucking promised as of now. Fuck this shit. We need to take care of our own, quote unquote. He came out and he said it. Think about Zelensky what you want, but at least he showed that they are not as America cucked as everybody fucking thought they were. Okay? He did. I'm sorry, he did. And this is the absolute opposite. This is what 90 years of being a colony to the United States does to you, bro. This is what it does.
The main message from President Zelensky, one of the main messages.
The Americans literally voted in a new president. He woke up the next morning and said, I want to be a peace builder. He's going to go and hand over to the Russian Federation most of the things that they require. End the war so he can tap himself on the back. And these guys are seeing that particular situation. This incredibly unstable country that says and does one thing first and then says and does another thing tomorrow. And they're like, no, we need to continue being exceptionally close allies with them. And this is exactly what I'm saying right now is exactly what the European left should utilize to call out fucking reactionaries, right-wingers, and centrists. They need to be screaming at the top of their fucking lungs that these parties do not actually represent quote-unquote European interests, quote-unquote ideas of sovereignty, quote-unquote a movement of like an independent Europe, because they're not. They're fucking sellouts. There's no European left. You know what I mean. I mean, as it's trying to build itself.
Security.
And also, as we're trying to build a great jihad here in Twitch and avoid all the ads that play, just like the ad that is about to play, by becoming subs for $6 a month for free through Prime, or by oiling me up and oiling your fellow chatters up with gifties. And for every 10 gift subs, I donate another 5. 50% of all my gift subs I throw back at the community, because I might love money, but I indeed hate ads more.
Guarantees. The message we're getting from the United States now is any kind of security force in the event of a peace deal will be European-owned, European-led and paid for. Can Europe do it alone?
The strongest security guarantee there is, and actually the cheapest security guarantee there is the NATO membership, because we know that those countries covered by the NATO's umbrella do not have war. And of course, if we discuss the security guarantees, then we really need to answer the questions.
Yes, okay, that's your argument. Okay, okay, fair. The Americans just said that it's unrealistic for Ukraine to join NATO. They looked at your argument, and then they took a piece of paper, they wiped their ass with it, and they gave it to you. And you know what people like this did? Oh, bruv. Look, the Americans gave me something. Fucking cucks.
What are these security guarantees? And of course, we need to do them together with the Americans. Europe is doing a lot. If you think about the helping Ukraine, we have helped them with 134 billion euros.
Chat, stop asking for the paper.
Whereas Americans have also done their share, and we need to do this together.
Kai Kallis there speaking to the BBC's Lise Doucette.
Over the past... They also said Europe should put their troops at Ukraine and they won't be protected by NATO. Yeah. What they said, they won't be protected by NATO? I missed that. I think that the argument is to put actual NATO troops on the border. And I think Putin might even agree to this to an extent if it's pitched properly. Not to repeat myself, but for the 750th fucking time. But the Russians would be absolute fucking idiots if they do not negotiate now. Because they have an upper hand, and the upper hand is called Trump in office. Because he wants to get this done as quick as possible, and when you want to do something as quick as possible, there are many kind of side paths that you can take. The paper is for Hakeem. Yeah. But anyways, yeah, that's the general conversation of. That's the general conversation when it comes to split between long-term toxic marriage between the United States and the European Union. It is the beginning of a slow snowball effect where the Europeans are understanding that America can't take care of itself at home. How the fuck is it going to take care of its foreign imperial interests in the form of paid-for friendships, rent-a-friend friendships, such as the one that they have with the European Union. And this most likely will, in the coming, obviously, decades, snowball into not only the European Union, but other countries as well, slowly realizing that, long-term, they will need to play more than one field. And not just hyperfixate on, hey, if we, ride the Americans forever, everything's going to be okay. At least everything's going to be okay for our domestic rich people. Hugo, did you get a haircut or something? You look extra fresh today. Yes, a brilliant haircut of hat. But yes, I did get a haircut recently. I'm trying to utilize subscription money to get haircuts all the time. Be so fresh for chat. Be so fucking nice and fresh, baby. Nice and fucking fresh. Yeah, brother. Temple Hugo. Yeah, I'm rocking that fit. Anyways, moving into the next point of today. I saw a fucking interesting video about, just literally titled, wait, where is it? What the fuck? Where is it? Like Dark Gooners. Yes, Dark Gooner misogyny, the Gooner to alt-right pipeline that we're going to move into right afterwards. But let's talk about why long-term MAGA will fail and why right-wing British Labour might fail. We have a new video from Gary. Let's see Gary's hot takes. Depending on how hot they are, we might switch or might not switch. But Gary's a friend of the show and fun guy. Let's see his takes.
Hey, welcome back to Gary's Economics. Today we are going to talk about why Labour and Trump will both fail. Okay, so
by the way, this is a great title for the thing. This is a great title for the thing because it will get a lot of like normies and chuds into it. Because they'll think like, he's going to say how, Trump is not going to live up to what he's saying he's going to live up to. And Gary's, I'm just calling it because I'm content brain. Gary is probably going to spin it, and he's mostly going to talk about how, MAGA is telling you that they're going to lift you out of poverty, but they're not. They're just reactionaries, and they're trying to misdirect you at, hating your fellow neighbor because he looks different instead of concentrating on the system. That's probably going to be the pitch, but it's a nice hook. It's a decent hook.
We are in a situation now where we have new governments in both the UK and the US. And on the face of it, you have two very different political parties, two very different leaders. We have one centre-left.
You mean British Labour Party? Yes, sir. The current Labour Party, which is basically completely literally not Labour. The current British Labour Party is not Labour.
Party, one right-wing party with a very right-wing leader, and they both have very different sets of economic policies. What we're going to explain today is how both of these parties, despite having very different sets of policies, will fail, and we're going to talk about what that teaches us about economics and the left and the right of politics today. So I think it's important to recognise that both of these governments have come into power at a situation where the economy has weakened a lot. There have been significant falls in living standards, and there has been a real significant loss of faith from the general public in the economic status quo and politics in general. This means that both of these parties, both of these leaders, have come into power needing to offer something new, a kind of new idea on economics and a new idea on politics. And what we can learn from these two parties is basically what the main new pitches are on where the economy needs to go. Okay, let's start with Labour.
And those new pitches are not new at all, okay? Those new pitches are simply fucking putting up massive fog screens in front of you so that you do not concentrate on the questions of class and you look at something else. I believe most of chat has enough class consciousness to understand this concept, yes? So I don't have to spend time on it.
Now, the Labour economic policy, I think of it as a kind of managed centrism or a managed sensibilism. And when I say sensibilism, I don't mean to say that I think it is actually a good or a sensible policy. In reality, I think Labour's economic policy will fail quite badly. I think it will lead to significantly falling living standards. But I call it sensibilism, because it's important to understand that it's basically rooted in what is kind of considered the sensible economic policy of mainstream modern economists. Economists love this kind of policy, but also the way that it's implemented and the way that it's presented seems to be really rooted in this idea that Labour and Keir Starmer and Rachel Reeves view themselves as extremely sensible economically. So let's talk about what the actual policy is. So this
sensibility politics. All of you know what sensibility politics is. It's the general pitch that there is sensible politics and there is populist politics. Populist politics overpromises unrealistic results. Sensible politics is led by intellectuals that tell it to you how it is, quote unquote. Neither of them are sensible or populist. It's a smokescreen that is supposed to convince you that grander systematic change is impossible. It is like like sensibility politics is a less racist lie about why your life sucks. That's it.
Managed sensibilism is basically the idea that you do everything but a little bit more of it. So you borrow a bit more.
It kind of says like even in a world where there is so few people that have such incredible amounts of concentrated wealth, you can, by hyper-managing rationally the rest of the economy that is not held in private hands, you can generally uplift everyone. And that is not how it works because there's not enough money for it.
You tax,
and because the other aspects of the economy end up quite literally being managed by the super wealthy through lobbies.
A bit more, you spend a bit more, and crucially, you use that money to invest a little bit more. So I think you can already see how
it's basically we need to move our money around a bit better. We need to make the government-funded aspects of our economy more lean. It is the more progressive pitch towards basically cutting.
Sensibilism.
Self-austerity, as it's happening, is the nation equivalent of autoerotic asphyxiation. It absolutely is. It absolutely is. And this, like usually, sensibility politics is always austerity, because these men who are put in positions of power by incredibly wealthy men come to you and tell you that the only realistic and sensible thing to do when our economies are crumbling is you paying for it. Rich dudes put in positions of power by other rich dudes tell you you're a populist fucking idiot if you believe that it's not going to be you who will have to pay for the crumbling economy. That's how it works.
It's like a very...
And there's nothing fucking sensible in it. It is de facto anti-intellectual. By spinning that people that demand more are unrealistic and they are anti-intellectual or radical or living in the clouds or LARPing or whatever the fuck you want to call it. They have commodified the idea of actually doing something about something, and they've made it borderline, like they've redefined it as borderline insane conspiratorial thought, right? And in exchange, they basically told you, nah, you're paying for everything.
Key part of how this idea views itself. And this managed sensibilism is rooted in this idea that has been popular amongst economists for a long time, that there is a productivity puzzle or a productivity problem in Western economies, but in particular the UK economy.
Wonderful.
I might do a video.
I mean, there is.
Subscriber.
It's called the fucking class dichotomy, bro. Oh, bitch, come out there. Thank you, Zrezlon. Thank you, Zrezlon, for your first 5 gifties. Thank you very much. We are now 5 gift subs away from me giving another 5. For everybody who's new in chat, we're the only fucking Twitch channel on here where for every 10 gift subs, I give another 5. So I cut my earnings for 5 gift subs. But more of you have the ability to live a beautiful, utopian, advanced ad-free life. Indeed. And if it sounds like a
Wonderful,
cult,
a
it's
new
because it
child
is.
soldier,
And our cult's
subscriber.
entire ideology isn't having orgies or believing that through suicide we will rise to meet our alien makers or some shit. It is just like a strong embedded hatred
Wonderful, a
towards
new child
advertising.
soldier,
Okay.
I mean,
And thank you,
subscriber.
Barry Balls, very much for the 5. And there you go. This is how it works. I get 10, and boom, shakalaka, I send 5 right back at you. Isn't that lovely? And thank you very much, Sarah McPoopy.
Wonderful,
Thank
a
you very
new
much.
child
Incredible
soldier,
name. Incredible name.
subscriber.
Paint the chat purple, baby. Paint the chat purple.
Specifically about that puzzle, because I think
a
it's
cult
kind
of
of nonsense. But to make it clear, this basically comes down to the UK economy, like a lot of Western economies, but in particular the UK economy, has really not grown very much for a long
Wonderful, a
time.
new child
And
soldier,
economists and
subscriber.
the Labour Party basically say, you want to grow more, what you need is to invest more. So our plan...
Yo, Hugo, we could activate the bit TTS during stream. It would be a great bit bait. Let me see if
Wonderful,
I
a
can do
new
it.
child soldier,
borrow a bit more, tax
subscriber.
Richie! Hello, Richie! No, wait. Thank you very much, Richie. Thank you, Richie. We all love Richie. It's always, guys named Richie are always fucking
Wonderful, a
chill.
new child
Guys
soldier,
named
I mean,
Richie are
subscriber.
always fucking chill. And here's another 5 from me, baby. Make me bankrupt. Make me bankrupt. But watch no ads. For death to ads till
Wonderful, a
death
new
do us
child
part.
soldier, subscriber.
Thank you.
A bit more, use that money to invest, and we're going to grow the economy. And this kind of ties into the idea that we've had a Conservative government for 14 years. They were largely an
Wonderful,
austerity
a new
government.
child
They tried
soldier,
to save a lot
I
of
mean,
money. They
subscriber.
didn't really invest in the country. So there's this idea going around that we have crumbling infrastructure, so we need to raise a bit of money and use that money to invest in growing our infrastructure. So this policy, it sounds
Wonderful, a new
really
child
sensible,
soldier,
right? We're
I
going to
mean,
raise a little bit of
subscriber.
money. We're going to invest. Investment is great. Economists love investment. We're going to grow the economy, and we're going to fix all of our problems this way. So if it's so great sounding, if it's so sensible, why is it going to fail? Well, I
Right,
think
this is the classic, I am in second.
Crazy hamburger! Crazy hamburger!
This is the classic. Thank you, Richie, again. I'm in my second year of university, and I think I know everything. And I think that economies are run exclusively as, one of those sim games where you basically rationally distribute resources. No, you know what's... There's a name for a society that rationally distributes resources from each according to their ability and to each according to their need. Yeah. There is an economy that can work that way. I wonder what the fuck that's called. But it's not this one. Because there's no rationality in wealth hoarding. In having the idea that capital can generate capital, that money creates money.
the first and most obvious way that we can see...
Usually us commies, we get made fun of because they're like, dude, read a basic economics book, bro. And usually the way you should answer those simple gotchas is you read an advanced economics book, bro. Oh.
This policy is probably going to fail is because America, and in fact recently Germany, already tried it. They already tried this policy and did it work? Did it work in those countries? So obviously in the US, we had the Democrats under Joe Biden in power for the last 4 years, and they basically went pretty aggressively into this kind of policy. In particular, they borrowed a lot of money, they spent a lot of money, and they tried to do a lot of investment. Did it work? On the one hand, the US has had higher levels of GDP growth, much higher than the UK, significantly higher than most Western countries in the last 4 years. On the other hand, they got pretty badly beaten in the election, which gives a good sense that the general public is not happy with the policy or with the government. This kind of raises an interesting question. There's this idea that has been going around, in particular in the American media, a lot in the last couple of years. There's a phrase which is the vibes are off. I don't think I've spoken about this phrase on the channel. I kind of love this phrase because it tells you kind of everything about modern economics today. So the vibes are off is an idea popular in American economics, the economic press, which is that the economy is actually really, really strong.
Okay, mods, I think I made it work. Text-to-speech for over 300 bits should work. I think. No, I don't think it's going to work. I don't think that for the bits it works at all. Ignore me.
And because of the strength of the economy, it doesn't make any sense that the public are so unhappy.
I'll figure it out for
And the
next year.
actual problem is just that the public is somehow picking up on some like negative vibes. And the reason for this is something which I speak about a lot on this channel, which is economists, they love to look at these kind of big macro aggregate measures of the economy. So in the last few years, GDP growth has been quite good in the US, unemployment has been quite low, and inflation has been falling. So from the perspective of an economist, they're looking at this and they're saying, oh, the economy is good, the economy is good. What you need to understand is most economists, especially most influential economists, are rich people from rich families with elite degrees and well-paid jobs. So what these guys are
Thank you, Barry.
seeing
Hilarious.
is, you know, good top-level numbers, GDP growth, inflation, unemployment. They themselves, their personal financial position, their family's financial position, their community's financial position, doing really well. And they don't really see the fact that increasingly in the last 3-4 years, your average American, just like your average English or British person, is increasingly struggling to pay the rent, pay the bills, in many cases even pay for things like food and heating. And this basically is the same problem that I talk about a lot on this channel. Economists just look at the big picture numbers. They themselves are rich. They don't see that as inequality rises quickly, it is possible for the rich to do very well, whilst the poor fall deeper and deeper and deeper into poverty. And Labour are making this exact same mistake, basically. They will focus exclusively on the economy and growth, GDP, all of these large, big picture numbers. But we are sitting here in 2025, just after COVID, which saw an absolutely unbelievable, enormous increase in wealth inequality. If you don't deal with that, then living standards will continue to fall for the poor and for ordinary people. You simply have to deal with the growing inequality of wealth. You know, living standards were falling for ordinary people even before COVID, because they were increasingly unable to compete with the rich for resources. Since COVID, inequality is much worse. This is what I've made my money on. This is what I've made my history on. The situation is much worse now. If Labour don't look at it, they'll make the exact same mistake that Biden made, that the Democrats made, which is essentially, you are in a situation now where the rich are much, much, much richer. They are sucking wealth out like a black hole of the middle class and the government extremely quickly. This will lead to falling living standards. The second thing to say is that, you know, there is a kind of a naive assumption here that the government can simply invest. And you see this idea often in media coverage that says the government should just build houses, the government should just build houses. The resources which your government needs to invest, the resources which your government needs to build houses are already owned by rich people. You cannot build those houses, you cannot make those investments unless you get those resources. Now, we have a government here in the UK which is unfortunately very, very resistant to the taxation of rich people, which means their whole plan is to either borrow from the rich, which, as we saw last month, could potentially be very, very difficult, or to raise taxes on you. So the government has raised taxes slightly, but the main tax they raised was national insurance, which is a tax on working people. They haven't done really anything at all significantly to raise.
I mean, I agree to an extent, but like it's even worse than that. You don't even have politicians that want to build housing or want to build infrastructure because they get to that position of power because rich people financially stimulate them to that position. So it's you don't have politicians that want to do it, and even if you have some that want to do it, they don't have the ability to do it. That's it.
Tax on the rich. So what you see here is a government that is faced with
$4 more billion to SpaceX right now.
With a massive, massive increase in inequality, a massive, massive loss of resources for working people, for the government. And rather than addressing tax policy to get the resources back, they're trying to borrow it back, which in many cases it looks like they possibly can't do, and they're taxing you instead. The UK government is in a much weaker position than the US government when it comes to...
Now in Ireland, we sold enough land for many homes in the city for €100, dude. Land worth hundreds of millions. And just gave it to a developer. Even if you have the land and resources, they won't do it. Yeah. And here a larger conversation about modern monetary theory can enter, where like arguably when a country has a domestic currency, you don't really need tax money to build stuff. I mean, you need to be careful with how you do it because you can overinflate your currency and fuck it up if you like overspend. But to an extent, you basically have unlimited money, so you can just. But that's a conversation that is too long for the stream.
The borrowing. This means that they are not able to do the same amount of borrowing investing that Joe Biden did. And even that led to him really significantly losing the next election. So essentially, Labour are extremely blind to the problem of inequality and distribution, and they are kind of rehashing a policy that they've already seen fail in America, only they're doing it with much, much less money. Unfortunately, this will fail. Okay, now on to Donald Trump. The first thing I want to say is, it's actually not easy to know exactly what Donald Trump will do when it comes to
TLDR, no such thing as smart political management of the domestic economy works, no matter how well-intentioned potential certain parties are, because in this system there are no material conditions, there is no resources that can be utilized to manage the economy better than whoever came before, because most resources are hoarded by the super wealthy. That was the TLDR.
The economy. For the reason I explained in my recent video, Truth, Lies and Gain.
The problem is the money is given to private companies that waste money, so the government investments fail. That as well, dude. Like everything goes back to private hands. Even let's say government does something unhinged and wants to have 0% homelessness and wants to build homes for hundreds of thousands of people, and they have the budget for it. Who builds the homes? Who builds the homes, chat? Who builds the homes? Who builds the railway? And don't go full Marxist on me and say, the workers. Yes, the workers build them, but the workers do, but private companies, you fucks, I love you. Private fucking companies. And sure, they pay pennies to the dollar to workers, and great, there's jobs. Companies do. So the money goes inflates the private sector even more, until eventually there is no money in the public sector, period. Which is an oversimplification again because of MMT, but still, in the long term, that's pretty much how it goes. President Xi builds them all by his hand. By his hand.
Aims, which is basically that what Donald Trump says he is going to do is often not particularly connected to what Donald Trump wants to do or what Donald Trump intends to do. But obviously, we should look at and consider and talk about the two economic policies which he speaks about most, which are tariffs and reducing immigration. Now, both of these policies are really popular because they sound very America first. Now, we're obviously living in a time when the economy is very weak for ordinary people. People are worried, people are scared, and people want their leaders to protect them. And for that reason, these kind of anti-immigration policies are increasingly very popular all over the world because they make people feel like, at last, our leaders are coming here to protect me, our leaders are coming here to protect us, they're not worrying about foreigners. How do I know it's not going to work on the economy? Well, we can do a similar thing here to what we just did when analysing Labour. So when Labour came in, they're kind of replicating the economic plans of the...
I mean, do you even need to have a 15-minute conversation about this? It's not going to work because there is no direct link between the stability of an economy and how many immigrants they have. It's... Your house is on fire and you see that it's on fire, so you go to your neighbor with a baseball bat and you bash his head in, thinking that that's going to stop the fire. That's it. There you go. 20-minute video. Done.
The American government that were going out. And Trump is doing a similar thing with regards to his rhetoric on immigration that the Conservative government did for a long time. So the Conservative government really, really aggressively spoke about wanting to reduce immigration. They made it kind of one of their flagship policies. They went really heavily into Brexit, which was, of course, to a significant degree about reducing immigration. And yet, when they came in, they actually didn't reduce immigration at all. In fact, they significantly increased immigration. So why does this happen? Yeah, I think it's pretty...
Yeah, that's always the neoliberal conservative hook. You get elected on anti-immigrant rhetoric, but you cannot actually get rid of all of your immigrants because you would not be elected again because the economy would crash. So you ride the tidal waves of racism, but other than spiking it up, you don't necessarily fully act on it. Until there is somebody reactionary enough and insane enough, such as, for example, the MAGA movement, that quite literally says we do not give a shit about what happens to the economy, we're kicking them all out. It's, this is the post-rationality, even though they never had rationality type of right-winger that is ready to burn it all to the ground as long as they get to sit in that comfortable Oval Office chair for 4 to 8 years, maybe even longer. And that and that applies also to foreign policy too, which is our conversation from earlier with with the breakup between the potential ensuing breakup between the United States and the European Union.
Pretty clear to see why this happens. This is a very
Wonderful.
popular rhetoric. It's very, very popular today. We're going to reduce immigration. Lots of
Thank you, Brother Barry. Thank you, Brother Barry. Thank you, Brother. Very nice, Barry.
Want immigration to be reduced. But when the Conservatives actually come into power, I'd love to have them on if they want to discuss it. But I think what happens is you sit down, you look at it, and you realise, actually, some pretty important sections of our economy have basically been built at this point to be extremely dependent on immigration. So in the UK, you have 3 sectors of the economy which are like really, really, really extremely dependent on immigration, which are the NHS, care for elderly people, and the universities. And all of these sectors are basically completely dependent on immigrants at the moment. So I think the Conservatives come in, they kind of say, we've really, really sold ourselves on reducing immigration. We've done Brexit. But actually, these 3 really important sectors of the economy basically won't work if we reduce immigration. So then they end up in this kind of situation where they need to play this game of really, really, really aggressively acting like and saying they want to reduce immigration whilst not actually reducing immigration because it would damage these.
Holy shit. I say things before Gary says them. Crazy. Pre-watch.
Sector of the economy. I don't want to say you can't reduce immigration, but you need to be really careful and strategic about how you do it. So in the US, there are also a lot of sectors of the economy which have become very dependent on migrant labor. I think in the US, it's things like agriculture, a lot of low-paid work, and you could reduce immigration and try.
Okay, thank you, Gary. Gary's gonna yap for another 10 minutes about what we just said. Lovely. Let's talk about the boomer question by Wisecrack. Another big yapper. Young people are screwed, but it's not boomers' fault. What we notice here in chat, pretty much a year ago, is that there is this liberal pitch that understands that it's like too unhinged to do the same thing that the conservatives are doing. Racism, pretty much. Ethnic-based hatred, homophobia, etc., transphobia. And they're like, okay, let's do the blame game thing the same way they're doing it, but let's do it woke, right? And they're like, what's the category of people that we can blame every single problem on without anybody calling us a bigot? What about, I don't know, old people? Hey, grandma, fuck you, you bitch, because me no house. And that's unironically an existing pitch, originally, I think, and mostly pushed by an unironic, like, Silicon Valley billionaire guy that started it with a particular TED Talk a year and a half ago. And it's fucking stupid. It's literally doing the reactionary blame game just on the basis of age. That's it. I mean, I love cringing at boomers. I love pointing at them and saying, yeah, I'm not one of you. I'm not an unk. I am actually, but even though I'm pretty much not at this point. So don't tell me that I'm running defense for my peoples. You will not attack my peoples. The boomers stand strong. But yeah, it's a reactionary bid. It's playing the blame game, but woke. That's the whole pitch. Ethan Klein loves to yap about gerontocracy. Shocker, yeah, dude. It's like if when you're a fucking idiot, that's what your opinion is.
We love to roast people from other generations. OK Boomer took intergenerational jabbing by the helm a few years ago.
Okay, Boomer.
Mocking boomers in part for their tendency to mock millennials and Gen Z.
Today, I think I'll talk about the ever so precious snowflake with a tender heart. Millennials, the generation of
Rivalries have also popped up amongst Gen Z, millennials, and Gen X regarding everything from pant preference to work.
Yeah, generalization is bad, but there is a marked difference. You can see it here. The youth emigrates en masse, and the old folks still vote for those that drive them away. Yes, my friend, but that is caused by the system the way it is, that drives a gap between these two groups. The same reason there are racial tensions. Okay? They are caused by neoliberal capitalism that separates communities and inspires one part of our community to believe they are on top and that they need to fight the other one. And as it has inspired boomers to pretty much call, in a reactionary fervor, to call young people lazy and entitled and, hey, motherfucker, don't drink as many lattes and you will be able to start a company one day type of shit. They are also now doing that to younger people by saying, hey, look at the fucking old fucks. They're so stupid, they don't understand anything, and they've ruined the economy, and they're voting for fucking idiots. It's using the same reactionary rhetoric, just now pointing it at boomers. The same shit they sold boomers as like, hey, your kids are complaining because they're entitled little bitches. They're now giving us and saying, hey, look at the boomers. They're stupid fucking idiots that don't know how to operate a computer mouse. Okay? So while yes, it's correct, like old people tend to be far more reactionary. They tend to vote against their interests. They tend to vote against the interests of the young, etc., etc. Saying that this is now a boomer problem is to an extent a very similar argument to saying Latinos elected Trump, so they now deserve to be deported. It's a liberal analysis. That's why it needs to be addressed, because it's so like easy to get into. Like it riles you up because you know so many stupid fucking old people, right? So you're like, oh man, this kind of makes sense. The old people are fucking us over. That's what's causing all of these problems. But no, it's just doing identity politics without class. You know? Oh my God, I'm involved with Donald Trump. Male versus female, blue collar versus white collar, boomers versus zoomers. They agitate to fight everyone except for the real fight. Workers versus bourgeois. Beautifully put. Beautifully put. This one is interesting though because it's relatively new, right? It's relatively new. It is agitating along which lines? Age lines. If somebody told this to Marx and Engels in their in their analysis of reactionary movements, they probably would have fucking, I don't know, doubted it. Jesus.
Culture to activism. Now, this intergenerational mockery isn't only entertaining, it's cathartic. You know, OK Boomer is propelled by anger and resentment towards older folks for leaving us with an increasingly uninhabitable world. But all of this intergenerational sniping is just one big distraction from the real forces destroying our planet and livelihoods. Because
exactly. And isn't it super interesting that once I started talking about this, a lot of chat went to defending it, which, you know, we live to learn. There's nothing wrong with it. But you see how powerful it actually can be because we as younger people, you know, hello, fellow young people, intrinsically wanna do the same reactionary game of, hey, there's this group that is easy to point at, make fun of, and say that all the problems come from them, you know?
Generations don't actually exist.
28, stop LARPing. Dude, I'm 18, bro. I'm 18, bruv. Okay, 19.
They're more tools for data analysis or for understanding cultural changes over time than they are hard and fast distinctions. What's more, generations were manufactured to facilitate consumerism and negotiate power. And they do harm by undermining the intergenerational solidarity necessary to negotiate and repair conflict, as much in personal relationships as in global policy.
We're really sorry. We're leaving a big mess for you guys. And I just pray for you guys, pray for our children.
So let's start with why generation.
And while that's a very nice thing to say, respect to the lady, that's a very nice thing to say, but it's literally not your fucking fault. We are all little cogs, little units operating in a system that bounces us around depending on what it needs to grow. And once it doesn't grow and us as little units start questioning whether continuing to be bounced around makes any sense, the system stops for a second and takes one group of units, puts it in one category, takes another group of units, puts it in another category, and tells the bigger group of units it's the other group of units that is not bouncing around properly, and that's why the system isn't working. It's not actually the system's fault. And that can be applied to everything, including generations. Say it with me. Incredible.
Are made up constructs. Even the way we think of generations is weird. They're not fixed entities, but they're also not arbitrary distinctions. The Pew Research Center writes about how it decides its generational cutoffs for analytical purposes. They write, "We believe 1996 is a meaningful cutoff between millennials and Gen Z for a number of reasons, including key political, economic, and social factors that define the millennial generation's formative years." Now, in the US, every generational group in the last century has hovered around 15 years and was decided in context.
And
so, for example, 9/11 and
let's
the 2000.
question reactionary presuppositions here. Okay, is there a difference culturally between a motherfucker born in 1965 and a motherfucker born in 1995? Of course there is. But also, is there a difference between a motherfucker born in Mexico City that then migrates to California and the guy born in Wisconsin and then migrating to California? Sure, there is. Does that mean they cannot coexist, or that they should fight for a future amongst each other and only one can win, and that is how we can create a better society? No, of course not. That's how fucking Nazis think. Right? Whoa! Different bad. What? No. Different not bad.
2008.
Different super fucking chill, unless different want to kill me.
Recession are
or if different want to alienate me from the good old labor, brother.
Yeah, brother. Yeah, brother.
Defining factors of my millennial generation.
Class patriotism, brother. Class patriotism, über alles, brother.
Since they happened during our formative years. I don't know about my other millennials, but 9/11, pretty formative and impactful. The 2008 recession. It scared me so much that I went to grad school and didn't leave until they made me. Now, these events altered social, political, and economic conditions.
But what when they block change? Same like any other group, which on average might be quote-unquote blocking change, even though that's a relative oversimplification. But still, let's say they do. Same like with any other group. You try to educate, you try to agitate, you try to push them away from reactionary thinking. It's the same as like, what do we do about American Latinos? They keep fucking voting for Trump. Does that mean like, yeah, I think like the best thing that we can do is disenfranchise them even more. More disenfranchisement. What the fuck?
And it's therefore meaningful to demarcate a time period within which people experienced such events when they were most impressionable. Okay, before we get into it, I want to talk about this video sponsor, Magic Spoon. As I've been getting older, I've really been trying to cut down on sugar. It leaves me feeling sluggish and not my best.
Ethical reacts, we will watch the ad. And while we watch the ad, I remind you that for every 10 gift subs, only here on YugopnikTwitch, I give 50% of that back with an additional 5 gift subs. Ads are death, ads are poison, even in ethical reacts, so keep that in mind.
Best self, and I know it's not good for me, which is why I'm super excited to tell you about Magic Spoon. Now, you may have already heard
subscriber.
about their
5 more and I give a 5.
Fantastic cereals, which I've eaten and enjoyed, but today I want to highlight a couple of their newer goodies. Treats. And
thank you, DM Slushy, as well. Welcome, brother. Thank you.
Subscriber.
Oh, that means that Another 5 from me, brother. Another 5 from me, brother. Indeed, indeed. The great patriotic war against advertising
Granola.
continues.
Now, their treats are crunchy, airy, and make the ideal snack on the go. These things contain 11 to 12 grams of protein, 1 gram of sugar, and 1 to 2 grams of net carbs. And their brand new high-protein granola contains
Thank you, Oilers. I love you. I love you.
13 grams of protein and 0 added sugar, and delicious flavors like honey almond and peanut butter.
Wonderful.
Now, out
A
of
new
all the
child
new
soldier,
products, I
I
really
mean
love the
subscriber.
treats. Often when I'm working or driving or going to pick up my kid, it can be really hard to remember to have a snack, and knowing that these things are delicious and healthy makes me feel so much better. And of course, they're easy to toss in my bag and eat on the go. Now, if you want to check out this awesome new stuff from Magic Spoon, use code WISECRACK or click the link in the description to try Magic Spoon treats or granola today, and you'll get $5 off. You can also find Magic Spoon on Amazon or in your nearest grocery store. And Magic Spoon is so confident in their products that they're backed with a 100% happiness guarantee.
Thank you, Barry, one more time.
Online. So if you don't like it for any...
Will you ever do a stream where you're old up and glistening? If I ever reach 5,000 subscribers, I will go into the forest and I will replicate the crazy hamburger video that guy made. I will dress like a Joker and I will make crazy hamburger with Iraq oil for you guys. And I will stream from the forest. That is a promise I have given and a promise that I will live up to. Low-key hoping I never reach 5K subs.
For any reason, they'll just refund your money. No questions asked. So click the link in the description, go to magicspoon.com/wisecrack, or just scan the QR code on the screen for $5.
Hey, if you don't embarrass yourself for subscriptions, are you even a streamer, bro?
Off. Now, back to the show. Now, Annalee Newitz argues that this kind of generational naming started around the 1920s with the birth of a distinct youth culture, writing, kids who had grown up with technologies like telephones, movies, and electric lights were accustomed to a radical...
Yeah, and that's fine. It's fine for you to understand that you're not like the others. We're not like the others. Great. Good for you. It is absolutely fucking chill for you to be into your subculture, or I don't know, to understand that there is a difference between, people born in a particular year and then people born 50 years after that. But then utilizing that identity for additional division is helping literally absolutely nobody and is reactionary.
Different world than people who grew up with horse-drawn carriages and gas lamps. Times are changing so fast that each new generation seems to grow up on a different...
Generation pop culture drama is liberal. It's that's what I'm calling it. I'm trying to give it an actual phrase. The generation discourse is just like woke bigotry. It's quote unquote introduced by libs to explain away the current ills of late stage capitalism with another in-group out-group dynamic.
Different planet from their elders. Speaking of technology and elders, this weekend I told my daughter that the TV only works when you're sick, because she was sick, so I let her watch some stuff on TV just to distract her. And then she started feeling better, and she was like, TV. And I was like, only works when you're sick. Maybe I'm actually f***ing her up, because it's going to create a situation where she's going to want to be sick, like a Munchausen's by proxy, and she'll create that just so she can watch TV. I'm a bad parent. In the years since, our consumerist economy has encouraged demarcating generations by products and spending habits.
A lot of you give millennials like me for how much we love Harry Potter, saying things like, oh, your Harry Potter house is basically part of your personality, which shout out to my fellow Slytherins.
And this creates it's a prototype of each generation, but each prototype is designed to...
Okay, screw this. Fuck old people. I take everything back. Dude, intersectional class consciousness does not include old people. I take everything that I just said. I'm taking it back. Fuck this shit. No. You ain't fucking quoting Slytherin to me, motherfucker.
Sell and appeal to the broadest group possible, and therefore is lacking...
Someone your age, bruh. Fuck you, Barry! It doesn't matter what age you are, my friend. Wait. It doesn't matter what age you are, friend. What matters is who you are deep down in your soul. And deep down in my soul, I am... a Sigma boy. Oh, my God. Oh, God.
in nuance.
Take away the fucking soundboard, please.
In a 2021 New Yorker piece, Louis Menand argues that prioritizing the year someone was born in order to understand them unfairly eclipses more revealing factors, such as economic conditions, gender, race and ethnicity, social class, and local community. He writes, a woman...
There we go. There's a old white academic dude that agrees with me. Therefore, my opinion is indeed valid.
Woman born to an immigrant family in San Antonio in 1947 had very different life chances from a white man born in San Francisco that year. Yet the baby boom prototype is a white male college student wearing striped bell bottoms and a peace button, just as the Gen Z prototype is a female high school student with spending money and an Instagram account. And
both of them are stupid fucking stereotypes that are utilized to divide you from fellow man in order for you to pay less attention to systematic issues. How many times do you need to repeat it? I think you get it at this point.
Unlike the author, I'm
apple bottom jeans. Whoops, with the fur, with the what was that song, bro? What was that song, bro?
friend of Gen Z. I know that it would be a TikTok account, not an Instagram account. For those of you who don't know, I'm officially the oldest member of Gen Z. Now, this example also reveals the racist tendency to character.
Hello by Florida. Oh, God, yes. Oh, dude. What the fur?
Rise an entire generation by whatever trends are most.
Shit, now I'm really showing just how old I am.
Most commonly associated with white upper middle class consumers. Menand also references social scientist Bobby Duffy, author of The Generation Myth. Why, when you're born, matters less than you think. He writes, boomers are narcissists, millennials are spoiled, Gen Zers are lazy. We assume people born around the same time have basically the same values. It makes for good headlines, but is it true? Menand said that one of Duffy's best points is that the most formative period for many people happens not in their school years, but once they enter the workforce. This is when they confront life-determining economic and social circumstances. Take the boomers.
Did somebody say material conditions? Hello, bearded man walks into chat. So an interesting thought on why boomers see millennials as entitled from, ironically, a finance bro, I think. Let me see. Jesus. Oops, what the fur?
The reason the boomers give us shit about buying luxuries is because back in the 80s, luxuries were expensive, but life was cheap. Now it's been inverted. Our life is expensive, but our luxuries are cheap. So I think this is where the disconnect's happening. For example, in 1980, you could rent a great apartment for $200, but a television would run you $1,000. So if you bought 3 TVs, that would be $3,000. A CD player was $500. A cell phone was $2,000. A personal computer was $2,500, and a microwave was $500. That's 85.
Yeah, the motherfuckers really think, like, why is this dude buying a fucking TV and doesn't own a house yet? But a house costs, I don't know, like 1,000 salaries, and a TV now costs 1/3 of a salary. Obviously, depending on where you're from. Some are more fucked. So, yeah. Well, back when they were alive, like, a house cost 5 TVs. So, like, why the fuck are you buying a TV?
$500. That is 3.5 years rent on luxuries. And $8,500 was also equivalent to a 20% down payment on a $40,000
Yeah, this is a decent take.
home.
Yeah. But this is, again, utilized. Like, it doesn't pop up. Like, this ideological thinking doesn't, like, spontaneously, naturally define itself in your brain. It's seen by, in this case, mostly by marketers and then repitched.
So it was irresponsible if you didn't budget correctly.
A TV is like 2 days rent for me. Jesus, Noam Chomsky, where the fuck do you live? In Monte Carlo? Holy shit, bro.
You buy all these luxuries because it could be holding you back. But today, it's flipped. Our biggest luxury is our rent for $2,000. We can now buy 3 televisions for $600. We have a Spotify account, cell phone for $1,000. You can get a computer for $500.
America, but still 1,000, like... 2 days of rent is $1,000.
A microwave for $200. That's about $2,400 a month. So our luxuries is about 1 month's rent, where theirs was 3.5 years rent. And if you want to put this onto a down payment, even if you took the average home of $420, let's bring it down to just $320,000. A 20% down payment on that is $64,000. So if you gave up all those luxuries, you would still owe like $61,000. This $2,400 of luxuries wouldn't even cover your closing cost of $10,000 on that home. So the whole thing.
Yeah, literally, older people are like, man, like a house probably costs 1,500 Starbucks coffees. So why the fuck are you buying Starbucks coffee every day? Just for 3 years, don't buy Starbucks coffee and you will be able to buy a house. You entitled motherfucker. But then that is obviously utilized, usually by conservative parties, to create a divide between the young and the old. Through the pitch of, hey, don't actually listen to that very chill, very nice granddaughter of yours when she comes over for Thanksgiving or Christmas or Eid or whatever, that tells you, yo, motherfucker, shit is bad, motherfucker. Well, shit is not bad, because Talking Head on TV told me that you should not drink coffee, and that is equals a house.
Things been flipped. So I think when they see us with the TVs, the avocado toast, and the cell.
So it is not just he's showing quote unquote material conditions. It's not just that. It is the utilization of said difference of material conditions between generations that is spun as a reactionary argument against why young people can't afford to live, pretty much.
Phone. They think that's the reason we can't move forward. But why we can't move forward is because housing, daycare, college, and healthcare is so expensive. But those are our necessities. These luxuries are just fun little things that we have. And the reason the boomers give us shit about buying.
Yeah, and there's a whole larger conversation that can be had about the market economy's inability to pretty much the free market economy's inability to make things that we actually need affordable, while at the same time it manages to make an overabundance of stuff that we don't necessarily need. Think fast fashion, think all the gadgets around your house that you've pretty much bought and used once. Think about all the Amazon deliveries that come to your house that you completely forgot you ordered 4 months ago, shit like that. And to an extent, even those now relatively affordable little gadgets or clothes, etc., can be are hyper-inflated because we've developed the technology to create those things en masse and make them widely available, but they're still much more expensive than they need to be because they are wrapped in branding and then resold to you as having higher social value, right? Higher use value, only because, while not having higher use value, but only because they come from a particular brand. So yes, you do have access to more stuff, but even that stuff, which is cheaper now in relation to stuff that you need to survive, is still price inflated because of basically marketing.
The oldest were born between...
Is he doing a marketing explainer? Yes, sometimes I do marketing explainers, yes.
In 1946 and 1952, and by the time they entered the workforce, the economy was, well, booming. But when later born boomers entered it, Menand writes, the economy was a dumpster fire. It took longer for younger boomers to start a career or buy a house. People in that kind of situation are therefore likely to register in surveys as materialistic. But it's not the zeitgeist that's making them that way. It's just the business cycle. Our concepts of generations are closely linked to business cycles and economic factors, in other words, material conditions. And businesses profit off of stark changes in those conditions. Menand argues that youth culture creates a huge consumer base for everything new and sellable right now, from social media platforms to fashion. And this makes sense. Young people are always looking for a sense of identity, but the markets capitalize on this and thus perpetuate the concept of generation. Now, he writes, to keep this market churning and to give the consulting industry something to sell to firms trying to understand, i.e. increase the productivity of their younger workers.
Advertising is convincing you that a particular LARP is a socially acceptable LARP. So they create an image of something you've always wanted to LARP at. You've thought about LARPing as, but you were like, that's not me. I can't signal to the world that that's me. That's fucking cringe because that's not who I am. But then they tell you, no, that's who you are. And look, we also are selling it. Please buy it. And you're like, okay, I might as well LARP looking rich. And then people overspend money on fucking clothes because they told them, no, it's okay to LARP. And use your entire 2-month salary for a Louis Vuitton bag, because it's okay, because you saw it in an ad. It normalized it for you. It normalizes the LARP.
We've invented a concept that allows youth culture to be redefined periodically. This is the concept of the generation.
When they're going to sell communist LARP, though, they do to an extent. They do to an extent. Hell, like progressive content, shit that I do, shit that a lot of people do, both on Twitch, on YouTube, in podcast form, in writing form. As long as it's not encouraging you to actually organize, it's a product. It's a product. It literally is. If it's encouraging you to organize, then it is agitation. Then it is actual socialist propaganda. But if it doesn't, if it just wants to keep you there, keep you subscribed, which I would appreciate, then it is a selling you the communist LARP. It's telling you that you're doing things by constantly, quote unquote, getting educated, even though that's like in the long term worthless if it does not manifest itself in action. Yeah. For it is no longer the duty of the philosopher to simply interpret the world; it is to change it. I sound like Gru? I do. I'll take that as a motherfucking compliment, bro. Gru's fucking awesome, bro. I'm kind of like Gru. I used to be evil, crazy man, work for big corporation, exploit fellow men, duh. And I was like, nah, that shit whack. And now I live with a minion. She's my girlfriend. She does scream banana all the time.
But youth culture is not just organically created by the youth. You know, there are
Gru was always super Slavic coded, bro.
Up products or trends and styles that get established and popularized within each generation, but it's often older people marketing to the youth and doing research.
I mean, my chat are my minions. Chat, start spamming banana, because it's going to, like, there's 10% of chat that is going to hate it so much. So the rest of you that have a sense of humor, please write banana. There we go. Banana.
Research and deciding what they should sell them. You know, there's an entire trend of YouTubers unpacking exactly what older generations have sold them as youth culture. Contemporaneous trends, styles, and media may pop into our heads when we imagine each generation, but Bobby Duffy posits that they are just window dressing. To understand generations, he says, it's more important to look at the socio-economic conditions surrounding them.
Why on earth would there be
subscriber?
Thank you very much, Fern. Thank you, Banana.
Thank you for the 6 months, Fernando Lion. Thank you for the support. Really appreciate it.
Nintendo generation?
Thank you for purchasing the communist LARP.
That's meaningful when you've got all these massive forces of a changing economy, changing home ownership.
One of these days, I will get you to a live react to Skibidi Toilet. It will be, my reaction will be surprising because I enjoy it.
Changing politics and culture more broadly.
So fixating on stereotypes about each generation is a real shame.
But listen, I am at that crux point, at that point where the road splits in two. And I have a lot of IRL friends that have decided that, you know, at this age, they are supposed to start hating on stuff that the kids enjoy. They're like, they've internalized the idea that they're old. While I am very radically choosing the other path. I will be silly child boy until the moment I die.
Because
Hassan was talking about high fashion and how it's similar to Warhammer because people buy useless expensive treats, and I don't know how to explain it, but like I feel like fashion is more vile. People don't get as bullied for not having branded Warhammer. Yes, because it, like inside of the if you were to only hang out with Warhammer people that play Warhammer, it's more likely for you to get bullied. But when it comes to fashion, it's absolutely everywhere, and everybody's bought into the idea of self-representation through the means of dress and through what they buy. So yes, there's much more bullying just because more people are into it, and there's less bullying about, you know, which Warhammer figurine you have, because that's a very, very small community of people. But if you were only to surround yourself with Warhammer people, they would eventually, like the toxic ones among them, they would bully you. But when it comes to fashion or Warhammer or absolutely anything else, people that actually care about a particular thing, be it like fashion or Warhammer or anything else, like different subcultures, only the fucking pieces of shit in those communities actually fixate on making fun of you for not, quote unquote, being there yet and on their level as they are. It's a sign of massive fucking insecurity. No person who is actually secure in their, since we're using it as an example, in their way of dressing is actually going to give you shit for the way that you dress. It just shows insecurity. That's it. Yeah, Barry, I'm not falling for the poop sock anymore, you motherfucker. You still like Guru?
Hey, Dr.
Wonderful, a new child soldier. Subscriber.
Thank you, Pussy Tangan. Welcome to the community, my friend. Thank you very much.
Dr. Navario, how's the theft of those CIA Bitcoin documents going? Have the minions infiltrated the facility yet? No, Gru. They haven't. The minions are unionizing, Gru. Are you serious?
This is anti-Guru propaganda, okay? Guru has always been pro-unionization, okay? Jesus.
Because it's distracting us from really big, true generational differences. And a lot of those are economic right now. Duffy goes on to discuss differences in wealth concentration, which are stark between the generations. Here in the US, when boomers were 45, they owned 42% of the country's total wealth. Generation X only owned 15s, and millennials, I feel like we own negative wealth. That's not a scientific or economic fact, but it feels like we own negative wealth, which I guess would be debt. So there is a concept for negative.
There you go. This is a decent example. I fuck with this Twitch profile, Derek, a guy. So this reactionary piece of shit says wearing women's clothes has never been in style. Homo. Oh my God, you fucking destroyed me, bro. Guys, we're homo, bro. We're so homo, and that is a bad thing. Chat, did you know that being homo is bad? Stop being homo, chat. Not true. I'll give you some examples of when styles crossed from women's wear to men's wear and how men have worn straight up women's wear, just feminine styles in a cool way. Turns out feminine styles and masculine styles are also a social construct. Ooh, oh my God. I'm dropping incredibly hard truths that if you don't know, you should be concerned for yourself, because what the fuck, bro? You're an adult. Motherfucker literally fucking so ideology pilled that turns into a bigot. We should first recognize that gender codes are socially constructed. There we go. Clothing is not inherently masculine or feminine. Codes are contextual and can change over time. Aristocratic men once wore bright red heels. Then they became women's wear until that notion was challenged again. Exactly. Plenty of things started on the women's wear side of the aisle. Before crossing over into men's. Prior to the 20th century, men carried pocket watches and only women wore wristwatches. Oh my God, you fucking sissy bitch. You sissy bitch wearing fucking wristwatches over here. Motherfucker. Literally, like, at this point, unfortunately, it's become like a hyper-toxic kind of consumerist habit of signaling your wealth through the type of wristwatch that you wear. Well, back in the day, only fucking women wore it. So you are a homo, as these people would say, okay? Like homo. All men with wristwatches.
Brother, back in my day, real men wore pocket watches, brother. Why the fuck are you flexing this fucking Rolex, bro? Fucking sissy. Fucking sissies here with that fucking watches. Back in my day, we told the time by throwing a rock and seeing how fast the shadow moves depending on the position of the sun, brother. Yeah, brother. Back in the day, we would have one guy standing upright all day like this with the fingers, so that when the sun rotates, when the sun rotates around the earth, if you know what I mean, brother. Real brothers believe in that as well, brother. We could tell what time it is, brother.
Dude. Show me, but there are plenty of male style icons who wear women's clothing. David Bowie, blah, blah, blah. Similarly, Prince was known for his ruffed shirts and dramatic lace outfits, etc. In more recent memory, don't use Kanye for anything, bro. What the fuck? And Celine Blouse at Coachella. Can you tell that this was widely celebrated and seen as stylish among people who invested in menswear? Even Travis Scott later copied the look. There we go. I could tell the time by smelling the air. Get on my level, brother. Oh, la la la. To repeat myself, people secure in themselves, like non-insecure people, do not give a shit about what you wear or what you look like. You do you, bro. Okay? Literally, always. Always let everyone you do you, except when they harm you. Then you do them, if you know what I mean. You fucking do them real good. No, violence bad. Violence bad, TOS. I hate violence. Violence horrible thing. Violence is never acceptable. Never do violence. Violence very horrible. Thank you.
Same as the eternal violence of Twitch that comes at the top of every hour, known as advertising. Like the ad that is going to play in 1 minute, which you can avoid by supporting the channel. What we do here for $6 a month or free through Prime, or by oiling me up, and for every 10 oils I give another 5 back because I might like money, but I hate ads more. Indeed, indeed, indeed. Thank you very much.
Wealth. And sure, boomers have had more time, but
what are you, a fucking jeans wearer, brother? All the skirt wearers in chat will become subscribers now. Indeed, I'm utilizing an aesthetic.
Crazy hamburger.
There are other
Crazy hamburger.
Thank you very much, Vil. Thank you very much. And here's another 5. Wasting 50% of what I get so that you guys can have more. Thank you, Vil. Vil has been an amazing oiler today. Everybody say thank you, Vil. Thank you, Vil.
Wonderful. A new child soldier.
There's stark differences that contribute to the wealth gap, such as in home ownership. At age 30, 15% more boomers owned a home than millennials. Pair that with rising college costs, which almost triple what they were in the late 60s and early 70s. To add insult to injury, the federal minimum wage of $7.25 per hour has not been raised in 10 years. And according to the Economic Policy Institute, in 1968, a minimum wage worker earned 46% more, or the equivalent of $10.59 per hour in inflation-adjusted terms. All these gaps between older and younger generations in the US reveal monumentally different economic conditions that effectively mean we're living in different worlds. And by obscuring each generation's economic and material conditions, generational thinking makes each group seem like a whole different species of human. Now, we're obviously not, but these stereotypes make it easy to solidify in-groups and out-groups, which then offers each generation an identity of us versus
them. Exactly. Great take, great take. The utilization of generations the same way bigotry amongst ethnic groups used to be in the past and unfortunately still is.
Them. And this is dangerous and unproductive because it stunts real-world problem solving. Now take climate change, for example. Now many boomers have profited off of industries that have led to climate degradation. In response, young people...
Your boss is bad because he leeches from the value of your labor, not because he's an old guy. Okay? Because most likely, as you're sitting in that office and as you're angry at the old guy that's leeching from you, once you finish your work and go home, somehow by miracle, when you come the next day, the whole office is clean. You know who fucking cleaned it? Probably a 65-year-old janitor. Okay? You don't hate old people, you hate capitalism. You don't hate Mondays, you hate capitalism.
And the media have termed climate change a generational war, since it is in fact older people who have done the most damage and who can, in positions of power, encourage the most repair. But for
that doesn't undermine the fact that, for example, if we're talking about the United States, reactionary propaganda works, racialized reactionary propaganda works best on white people, right? That's a fucking fact. Or that the generation gap propaganda, unfortunately, works best on boomers because they're easier to manipulate due to their lack of, let's call it, media education or whatever, media literacy, etc., etc. That does not mean that all white people bad or all old people bad, especially because then it can be turned against you, you stupid fuck.
Regular people not in positions of power, Duffy shows that there is not as big a difference in concern about the environment between generations.
Things like climate change, we need people to come together.
But what we're doing instead is artificially defining them across these generational and age-based.
And that is a very important lesson that people need to learn about how fascism operates, how reactionary thinking operates. Not all Nazis are fascist, but not all fascists are Nazis. Fascism is so powerful because it can utilize any in-group and out-group relation to motivate you to thinking that you can fix society by simply exterminating the other.
Lines.
In the same way that a Gen Zer...
Motherfucker, they managed to divide people based on let take vaccine or let take not vaccine. Fucking crazy shit.
Might presume a boomer to be ignorant and uncaring about the climate. Boomers have blamed younger generations for their lack of upward mobility. Now, younger folks have clapped back at them for this, rightly so, basically screaming, it's not that we're inherently different from or lazier or worse.
Fascism is a pattern, not a movement. Beautifully put, as always.
With money than you. Dad. I'm just kidding. My dad's dead. And
What
the New York
the
Times
fuck?
estimates, based on median prices and...
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Average down payments, even if millennials assume the eating out habits of baby boomers, it would take around 113 years before they could afford a down payment on a home. It's helpful to look at these material conditions because false claims about entire groups of people can hamper cooperation.
Dead dads rise up to become zombies. What the... Chat, what the fuck is happening to you today? I love you. The housing crisis in Canada is also one of these things. The older generation doesn't have enough money to retire, so they're relying on their homes to be that, which is making homes unaffordable for younger people. The problem would be solved if we just socially provided for retirement for older people, or build more homes, or build more homes, or not allow like 5 dudes to own 7,000 homes, right? Like
And conflict resolution. Another example of this is in the workplace. Journalist Jessica...
But sure, yeah, I agree. There needs to be a system for retirement for people that can no longer sustain themselves, and they need to be taken care of in a socialized manner. 100 million %, dude. 100 million %.
Stillman argues that a real cause of generational conflict at work is not intergenerational work environments, but clumsy stereotypes about age groups. She highlighted studies that found that generational stereotypes do harm across the board. Quote, stereotypes about older people's ability to learn new tasks interfered with the training they received. Another study found mentorship went less well when the more experienced partner held stereotypes about the younger one's generation. It's not to say that workplaces shouldn't change or adapt to differences between people, just that they shouldn't do it because of preconceived notions.
You know how fucking hard it is for old people to find jobs? Shit is crazy, man. Like, bosses fire them when they're like 55 after they worked for the company for 25 years, and then they need to wash dishes for 10 years. It's you know, it's complicated.
Drawn from generational stereotypes. In summary, she writes, please stop thinking in terms of generational conflict at work. Instead, see people as individuals and recognize that we all go through different life stages.
Oh, at work it's fucking crazy. Corporate chatters fucking know what I'm talking about. The olds like literally group, and they're like, what? Like they will not listen to you, even if you're more experienced, quote unquote, than them, you know, academically or whatever. Because you're a kid and you do not have like actual lived experience, go fuck yourself. And vice versa, the kids are like, what the fuck does this fucking vampire know? And then you have extremely segmented workplaces,
where we need more flexibility, support, or training, depending on the circumstances. Now, there is a lot to be angry about in the world right now, as well as many people to blame. But we don't think...
Really? What? What? Everything is going great. Don't we agree? Obviously, except for... And they should all get it. But, you know, other than that, it's pretty chill. Oh, and should all get... But except that, it's pretty chill.
I think we're doing ourselves any favors by blaming folks simply based on which generation they were born into. For example, you know, Bernie Sanders, boomer, J.D. Vance.
Show my former boss studies on improved work efficiency with work from home, and he basically said, no, yeah, absolutely. Does anybody have that link of that CEO going completely off on work from home, being like, I don't give a shit? And also going off on the 30-hour work week and shit. If anybody got a link, I would love to play that. It's so fucked up.
Millennial. I'm just saying. And in fact, it seems like in many cases, working together across generational divides is a...
I think he had no one in the office except for the office crew to interact with. My girlfriend likes to say like because like she's office built and now she's working from home and she hates it. That's like personal preference. She doesn't say that people should never like work from home. Far from it. She's like, it should be a choice. And I agree, it should be a choice. But no, she said like a lot of the people that are always in the office just hate their families. Like they just hate their fucking family. They need to get away from their fucking wives or husbands for 8 hours a day. Otherwise, there's gonna be war.
hallmark of everything from successful political organizing to fostering creativity and new artistic movements. Other cultural forces, like the community around my beloved Grateful Dead, are likely to have a multi-generational craft.
I actually learned a lot here today. I have to apologize to my mom after this dead ass. Do it. Moms are chill, except when they're not, but you just have one, so try to do some diplomacy.
Where many ages enjoy the same music and the same messages, and sometimes
my mom, for example, is a chatter. My mom's unironically a chatter.
It's the same drugs. Of course, if you're gonna go no contact with that older family member,
which is terrifying because they scream about gooning and fucking and like my mom is in here hearing me say shit like. And it's sometimes concerning, but hey, she's fucking chill. She's fucking chill.
Or you just can't do it anymore with your Gen Z cousin. We're not going to say that you're wrong. All we're saying is that you like...
Terrifying but based. That's exactly how it feels, my friend. Dude, Starflower, that is exactly how it feels.
Find them intolerable, not just because of their age or generation. At the same time, our biggest hope for solving many of our most pressing issues requires working collectively. And to do so, it might be best to detach frustrations from entire age groups.
Is this it? Yes, Celtic. That is it. If Celtic does not have a sub, somebody give Celtic a sub right now.
Time on it.
My link providers are the crux of this operation.
Jamie Dimon doubling down on J.P. Morgan's 5-day return to office mandate during a town hall meeting yesterday. According to Reuters, Dimon pushed back on some employee complaints as one group even launched an online petition for Dimon to soften the policy. Dimon said, quote, "Don't waste time on it. I don't care how many people sign that blank petition. There is no chance that I will leave it up to managers. The abuse that took place is extraordinary."
And that is why, like, workplaces should not be fucking dictatorships, because this guy's literally running off of fucking feelings. He's like, yo, here's a bunch of data that shows that, like, working from home is absolutely fucking fine when it comes to productivity. And he's literally like, I don't care. And then they're like, no, we have a petition. Most workers also, like, that work for you want to work from home. And he's like, no, it's not a fucking democracy, because it's not. Because it's not. Every workplace is a fucking dictatorship ran by a fucking rich, out-of-touch dude that doesn't want to hear anybody's fucking opinion because he's fucking king and princess.
We've been talking about financial services in general pushing for return to office, but Dimon seems to be doing a little bit more, too.
Was very early in it, first of all. And I think there are many reasons for that, why the big banks in particular feel like it's necessary. I mean, it's a compliance-heavy workplace.
Run defense for the CEO, CNBC, fucking classics.
Half the year is spent figuring out who's supposed to get credit and compensation for what they did. And it's not as easy to...
Yeah, well, you have insane fucking profit margins, Le Bank. How about you utilize some of that money in research so that you can better adjust rating systems or whatever you want to call it, including for people that work from home. Maybe, I don't know, reinvest some of those trillions that you're making into your workforce. God fucking yeah. No, it's the workers' fault that they don't want to come into the fucking office.
And instead channel that.
I always like to tell people you will never live in a true democracy as long as you have no say in the workplace. That was one of the main things that made me a commie, unironically. One of the, not main things, one of the first things that I heard that made it go. I went from into. Right?
them towards those who are actually responsible.
But unfortunately, we're surrounded by chuds. They're like,
But what about, like, he invested in the business, bro? He invested in the business, that's why he should run it, bro.
To quote 18-year-old Christopher,
you took all the risk, bro. I am stupid, and I am a fucking class cock.
For Mezer, who was asked about the OK Boomer trend, we're not taking a jab at boomers as a whole. We're not going for their lives. If it's a jab at anyone, it's outdated political figures who try to run our lives. Couldn't have put it better myself, Christopher. That's all for this one. Let us know what you think in the comments. A huge...
Great video. Actually, go and like it. Wisecrack, like, they're great. Sometimes they yap like fucking crazy. This video was not yapping like fucking crazy, and it unironically addresses a very decent point. And it's unfortunate to see only 66,000 views. That is genuinely unfortunate, because we will see, especially if we're talking about America, Dems. I'm calling it right now. We'll see younger, like when the old like fucking ancient vampire Dems die off, and we have younger Dems. They're gonna push on this. They're gonna be like, oh, it's not a race issue or an immigrant issue. It's actually a generation issue. Find your grandmother and help her not get out of the tub, if you know what I mean. Thank you very much, Neb D, for the 9 months. You fucking OG. Thank you very much, my friend. Thank you very much. And reminder, for every 10 gifties, I give another fucking 5, because fuck ads. Let's continue talking about the workplace, I guess.
Over the past...
Good work. Slowly becoming one of my favorite channels ever made. They're great. But, like, dude, I don't know if you... they did a little oopsie. Because they, like, right before China came in with their AI model, which made NVIDIA stock, like, fucking plummet like crazy, investigating NVIDIA's world domination, right? These guys make this video, and on the next day, the Chinese come with the more efficient model, and the comments were like, this aged well, proceeds to crash 50% in the morning. This video has aged beautifully. Can't believe one reporter was able to send NVIDIA stock down 17%. After NVIDIA lost 600 billion today, maybe we should make sure this man has some security. NVIDIA sheds 589 billion, the largest single day loss in stock market history. Not even milk ages this fast. That was really impressive. Wisecrack is getting defunded by their parent company? What the fuck? Seriously? Why, bro? Fergus, can you tell us? Maybe I should get them on the D program. Actually, why not? I should hit them up for the D program. It's a good idea. I don't know if they'll come. We're a bit toxic for these dudes. Oh, Michael Burns has his own channel now? Oh, I could just get Michael then. Michaels was the dude. That's unfortunate for Wisecrack, but...
Call me an old-fashioned socialist, right? But see, the energy companies that are making billions a year in profits, why does the government not just send one of the boys round to their office, get the chief executive in a room and say, here mate, £15 billion you've made this year? That's great, isn't it? What about this? What about instead of £15 billion, you've made £15 million? We take the rest and we split it amongst all the people that are paying for the gas and the electricity, but you get to keep your fingers. Win-win.
Of course, we do not encourage violence here at YugopnikTwitch. We accidentally play this video that encourages violence. Violence is very bad. We do not like violence. Violence bad, especially against CEOs. It is horrible what happened. Also, Free Luigi, indeed. What's this?
Bunch of lime scooters and lock them all together. 1, 2 of them, 3 of them. 4 scooters, lock them all up. First lock, the other lock. Guys, I accidentally locked myself to the scooter. I want to ride one of the scooters. And ride. Take a photo to end your ride. Wow. I'm gonna call Lime for help. Someone locked a bunch of Lime scooters together, and yeah, I just figured you should come over and check it out. I'm not sure who did
this. What the fuck?
This. Bye.
Okay, thank you. Why are you locked the f***ing scooters?
Someone did this, I don't know who.
You clearly did this.
I wouldn't have done this.
This is Lime property. You can't be locking yourself.
I'm the victim here. Someone gathered all these scooters, and they locked them all together, and I tried to stop them, and look what they did. They locked me to the scooter.
You clearly locked yourself to the scooter.
Can I be honest with you?
He's holding a fucking camera as he's doing this.
I locked myself to the scooter.
Yes, you obviously locked yourself.
I locked myself to the scooter.
Yes, obviously you did.
Am I in trouble?
I mean, I'm gonna call the police.
I'm gonna get a...
This guy's great. Why did I like that so much? That made no fucking sense whatsoever. Obviously, you locked yourself to this because I didn't lock myself to this. Oh, yeah. Zoomer Eric Andre, bro. Zoomer Eric Andre. Oh, Lord. Oh. Fucking legendary. Oh.
Last 2 decades.
But not as legendary as not having to watch ads like the ad that is going to play in exactly 2 minutes. Instead, look at my, like, 1/4 of my face as I talk about how capitalism bad. Instead of watching Le Burger King ads. And become a subscriber, $6 a month, free through Prime, or by oiling me up. And for every 10 oils, I oil you back. And avoid the ad that's going to play in exactly 2 fucking minutes. Okay, I'm overdoing the fucking soundboard. Yes.
Decades,
solid 8 out of 10. An 8 out of 10 from Kubashi is fucking crazy. Thank you, Kubashi.
Video interviews in which applicants record themselves answering questions into their webcams while a little timer ticks down.
Death to ads.
Have become commonplace.
Sorry, I'm very passionate on this topic. I'm indeed exceptionally passionate on it.
The self-whoring humiliation.
And I put my money where my mouth is.
Ritual we all know as applying for jobs. The biggest proponents of one-way video interviews say they're necessary.
Dude, applications for jobs have become absolutely fucking insane, bro. Like, you need to bring your entire family and 5 cousins so that they vouch for you that you will be a loyal employee. Hello, my fellow employees.
For handling a high volume of job applications and eliminate human bias from the hiring process. However, these interviews have a horde
of
detractors. Claiming that these programs not only feel dystopian and inhumane, but that they also serve up a veritable feast of ethical conundrums that may very well override their practical benefits. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a murky case, but I'm going to solve it until it's cold, dead, and buried. Let's giddy up, partner. One-way video.
But like, they're not mentioning what happened with their previous video.
Weak.
Interviews were birthed as a way for companies to handle.
Wait, are these live videos? You submit a video.
An outsized number of job applications after the internet made applying to jobs.
I don't even bother with a cover letter unless it's a really good job. They can eat shit for all I care. No. Look me in the fucking eyes. Nobody ever write a cover letter. Because if you write a cover letter, that means they will expect a cover letter from other applicants. And you're setting an unrealistic, disgusting, and useless fucking standard for your fellow worker. If you write a cover letter, you're a class traitor dog, and I do not like you. No cover letters ever. Thank you.
Jobs as easy as store-bought pie. A famously easy type of pie. Today, job applications are now growing 4 times faster than actual job openings. And to meet this demand, big corporations use automated interview programs from third-party companies like HireVue, whose name is pretty much synonymous with these types of interviews. And while capital B business might be jazzed about automated interviewing, the folks on the other side don't seem particularly gung
or hoe.
The dreaded one-way video interview.
That is so bad.
Please do not listen to Yugopnik if you're trying to actually get a job.
Fucking no.
And we were able to successfully do that.
Not many job seekers I've spoken to have been excited about this. They feel like this is kind of impersonal, right? Like they've been asked these questions sitting by themselves. They don't really know what to do. Am I supposed to like look in the camera? What am I supposed to do? How are they judging me?
You're put into the software environment.
Like corporations, you need to give person space to work in and do the process of interviewing them, and then maybe teaching them how to do the job. And then they make you hundreds of thousands of dollars, and you pay them pennies. Also, corporation, yeah, I'm trying to not do those like extremely basic things as well. Can I like self-educate and like self-interview and like I don't know, pay for the office too? Can we do that now too? Can we do that now too? Like jobs in 2077 is like you are born, you are employee, figure it the fuck out. We're taking 60% of your fucking income. The fuck, like what are what does the corporate administration do at this point? Nothing. They just fire. You know what is HR for now? Just firing. Thank you, Polaf 95. Welcome to community, brother. Going through the job application process makes one want to become a third world Maoist and start a people's uprising in rural Midwest. Absolutely. 90% of the jobs require you to learn a completely new skill set for each higher education won't even help, but it's always required for good measure, dude. Absolutely. The last job I did before I quit Corpo Land, I did cybersecurity education for like 3 months. Hyper intense in-office education with like fucking teachers and everything. Because I was, very senior professional in marketing, but not cybersecurity. I didn't know jack shit about it. Like, I don't have a fucking degree in that. So they basically, they paid me 80% of a salary, and I sat there and fucking studied for like 3 fucking months. And I honestly did not understand absolutely fucking anything. Nothing. But I was like, no, I get it. I get it. I completely get it. What I'm saying is, yes, most jobs need to educate you for the position. If they don't and leave you to your own means, it's a fuck up for both parties.
Environment where you see yourself on a screen and a timer and a question.
But you see, I don't know if you caught that. Like, they needed me to be educated in a particular thing so I make them more money. But during the process of me getting educated for 3 months, they deducted my salary for 20% because I wasn't contributing, quote unquote. Sure. What? Make it make sense. What?
As a campus recruiter for investment making, like the first round for a lot of candidates would be the higher view portion. I've never met any person that actually likes the higher view recruiting process.
Now, before you grab your pitchfork and pierce it through that Mac screen, not everybody is that.
The higher view portion. I've never met any person that actually likes the higher view recruiting process.
Now, before you grab your pitchfork and pierce it through that Mac screen, not everybody is as down on one-way interviews. Some people do seem to enjoy the flexibility they provide, while others praise the accessibility they afford candidates. But to be honest with you, I didn't feel like calling all of these people and scheduling all those one-on-one calls was a particularly good use of my time. The process started to feel all tedious and inefficient. So I did what it feels like all of my favorite corporate juggernauts do. I got a team of smelly coders to build a one-way video interview program, and I conducted an asynchronous round of interviews that way.
What the fuck?
Hello, insert name here.
I think I got shame.
These motherfuckers are so lazy. We are interviewing ourselves for the honor of making them money. First big job I got in 1990, I lied and told them I could build a 4-person Apple-powered digital design depth from scratch. Never touched Apple hardware before. Fuck yeah, always lie. Lie on your CV, lie on your interview, lie like fucking crazy. 2 pro tips. Number 1, find a friend or a friend's friend who is currently working in the industry. Send them your CV so that they can check it out and adjust it so that your lies make more sense. Number 2, what was number 2? I forgot number 2. Number 2, lie.
So, pretty bad in the past, to be honest. With one-way interviews, I end up just talking to a black screen like I'm doing right now and looking into the dark abyss of the camera.
No one really enjoys doing these one-way interviews.
There's nobody to give you any kind of feedback.
Talking to no one on the other side feels a bit weird.
Sometimes I feel like I have too much time to speak and I don't know how to fill the empty space.
I've had some higher interviews that honestly seemed like a way to just validate that I was a human as opposed to a robot.
It just asked me about my experiences, why I wanted to work there, both of which I had already answered in my application.
I think a lot of people are getting very good at talking to the camera.
So I get surprisingly proficient at just talking to blank screens and answering questions.
How do one...
And they have a fucking timer.
One-way interview.
We're hogs, bro. We're hogs at the slaughterhouse. Oink, oink, motherfucker. Oink, oink, motherfucker.
Make you feel.
One-way interviews are not generators of good feelings.
Definitely dystopian.
It can feel a bit dehumanizing.
Definitely weird.
You just feel isolated.
Interviews are supposed to be a two-way conversation. Just looking at text on a screen and waiting for the timer to run out. And now I'm doing the thing where I've said my answer, but there's still like 10, 20 seconds remaining and I don't know how to fill up the rest of the time.
And sometimes I find myself repeating myself because the timer, I kind of want the timer to go to 0. So sometimes I feel the pressure to kind of repeat myself, which I'm doing right now.
What advice would you give to other people going through one-way video interviews? I would say probably don't.
You can just talk yourself the day before or the morning of.
I used to record myself with my phone.
If you can find a nice dark wall and you can just tape up common questions about yourself that you can anticipate they'll ask.
So just to be clear, the flashing on your face, are you checking other tabs right now?
Oh yeah, should I stop that? Yeah, I'm not a big fan of these.
I mean, that was fucking great. I just got...
Interviews, job interviews, one of the most awkward moments of every working man, woman's, NB's life. They've somehow managed to make more awkward because it saves cost on an HR guy sitting there and asking you questions. We're so cooked.
Got back from Pilates. But folks, if we let young people sitting in sad rooms on their laptops get the last word on everything, well then that word would be pornography. What I'm saying is, let's talk to some other people about this stuff, because obviously the dweebs who have to record...
Are interviews awkward? I think they're just annoying. They're both, depending on the interviewer very often. They're both.
These things to get a job.
It's like two people that don't want to be there, pretending there's something they're not. How is that not awkward?
Are going to complain about it.
You remember your first HireVue?
Yeah, I don't remember what company it was for, but it was when I was looking for a job before I worked for HireVue.
Dr. Lindsay Zulaga is a data scientist with a background in applied physics and AI ethics. For the past 8 years, she's also been the chief data scientist at HireVue, the very company that is one of the most popular third-party providers of one-way video interviews.
I think the messaging has gotten a lot better since then because I was very confused about what was going on. And this could have been the company, not necessarily HireVue, because our customers have a lot of their own custom messaging.
Sure thing, Dr. Z, but as a HireVue higher-up, I had to put her in the hot seat and ask her to justify to my audience of rabid 20-somethings why HireVue's one-way vidienties are beneficial.
Efficiency and fairness. We use AI to evaluate.
And those two very often do not go hand in hand. You know?
people's answers to interview questions, kind of rank them for our customers. So our customers have tons and tons of applicants. We started with video interviewing, but they still have a lot of video interviews to review, and it's really difficult to do that at scale. So we built algorithms that...
Holy shit. Okay, so they fucked up. It's like they're like, okay, we're gonna save time and we're gonna record these people through software. But then they realized that the HR people actually have to go through and watch the videos. And you know, the company was like, no, I thought we were saving money, motherfucker. So they created an AI model that will watch the videos as well. Motherfuckers didn't even want to watch the videos. Motherfuckers didn't even want to watch the videos. Where is my surplus value going then, bro? I thought the argument was like, you know, the corporation is a very large, you know, community, family structure that needs a lot of investment. And that's why you can't take all of the full value of your labor because, hey, executives got to eat too. HR's got to eat too. Office supplies got to be eaten too. And then, no, we're just going to... that AI is 100% making stupid mistakes. Capitalism can't even reproduce its own labor power efficiently. Oh, motherfucker.
Evaluate answers, check for bias in those algorithms. We know...
First, they came for the artists, and I said nothing, for I was not an artist. Then they came for the HRs, and I said nothing, for I am not HR.
Hiring is plagued with bias, and human decision making in hiring has a lot of like well-known issues. It's also true that machine learning algorithms can exacerbate bias sometimes if you're not careful, right? So they learn patterns. If there's patterns that are biased, they're going to replicate those patterns. So you see a lot of headlines around that, right? Like and how algorithms can be used in the wrong way, or they can kind of go wrong. If you're very careful, though, you can control it in a way that you really can't control the human mind. So we're basically saying to the algorithm, ignore anything that's going to cause bias. These are things that we measure all the time, and we see with our customers, they do end up getting more diverse candidates.
Now, Lindsay stressed that a common misconception about...
Okay, so the argument is the human, the racist, the AI not as racist. Okay, that's chill, I guess. I guess if it removes that sort of bias that humans have, kind of okay. But I'm calling cap, as chatters are saying.
About higher view.
I've actually done analysis of the first they come for a poem, and now its meaning has changed over time. Oh, that's interesting. System prompt, please don't be racist.
Revolves around artificial intelligence. According to her, right now only 20 to 30% of HireVue's customers use AI to score and rank interviews, though she does think that more companies are getting more comfortable with that idea.
They need a sorting method. And so the question is that sorting method is just going to be something that nobody ever looks into, or are we going to be measuring its basic fairness?
Kathy O'Neill is a mathematician, data scientist,
and how do we even measure it? It's fucking hella complicated, dude.
And author. She founded a consulting firm through which she audits algorithms to make sure they're not evil. She also plays bluegrass music, which is fun.
I typically ask for all the data.
Oh my God, good work, you pieces of shit. They're going to play bluegrass music on top of it. Fucking incredible shit. Crazy shit. Also, what is bluegrass music? What the fuck is a bluegrass music?
Data that's available for...
What's bluegrass music? Now I'm interested. Bluegrass music. The fuck is a bluegrass music? Oh, I fucking love these guys! Man, I haven't heard these guys in a million years. I used to, like, listen to them when I drink. Oh, this is great drinking music, dude. This is great drinking music. It's a great song. It's a great fucking song.
Yeah, brother, yeah, brother.
Damn love couldn't go no further. Proud of and disgusted by her. Push on the little bruised and battered. Hold on, I ain't coming home with you. My life's a bit more colder. Damn wife is what I told her. Brass knife sinks to my shoulder. Oh babe, don't know what I'm gonna do.
Such a throwback, man. Such a throwback for the unk, bro. 8 years ago, I was still in college, bro. Bluegrass music is basically a mix of traditional Irish music and traditional West African music. That's cool.
I see my redhead, messed bed, tear shed, queen bee must squeeze.
No.
The stage smells, tells, hells, bells, misspells, knocks me on my knees. It didn't hurt, flirt, blood, squirt, stuff, shirt like me on a tree. After I count down 3 rounds in hell, I'll be in good company.
And the video is so simple and yet so good. So good, so good. What a nice throwback. Okay, I like her. If this is bluegrass, I like you.
Which is fun.
I typically ask for all the data that's available for how a particular algorithm treated people. And I look to see how did it treat men versus women, how did it treat black people versus white people versus Asian people versus Hispanic people.
HireVue has hired a few auditors to go through their AI algorithms and...
Have you seen the Canadians are getting all patriotic, bro?
Yeah, brother, the unipolar world order is being destroyed. The Americans shall be kicked out of our great Canadian plains. Canada, the moose shall rise and stomp out the hawk. The eagle shall no longer fly through our great lands. Under the banner of Justin Trudeau we shall rise. Rise, I say.
What's our life and freedom worth when a tyrant seeks our
Is that a burning White House?
Subdue our land with greedy hand. But we'll stand against his might. Canada won't yield this fight, and we'll shout across our free and sovereign land. Go home, Yankee, Yankee, go home. Keep your deals and go back home. Say goodbye to your grand schemes. Don't tread on our hopes and dreams. As our anthem proudly sings, Canada stands. Go home, Yankee, Yankee, go home.
Proud Canadian patriots, unite, unite, proud Canadian patriots, down with the unipolar world order. Down, I say, let the red flag fly. It might not be my red flag, but it is indeed a red flag. With critical support for Canada in their eternal fight against the American occupying land.
And products, including...
We will have... unmanned drones flying into American troops the second they step on our holy, holy land.
Kathy here. The public
can't wait for like pit traps filled with tree bark. What the fuck do you call it? With maple syrup and like dying in maple syrup. That would be funny. This is just the Canuck version of Ami Go Home. It was an East German anti-US imperialist song. I know my love, but yes. It's so good. Did it get views? No, unfortunately, but it will. It will.
Results of these audits reflect pretty...
This will be playing on Canadian tanks as they roll through Washington in their great counteroffensive of 2166.
well of HireVue. But it's very important to...
Dead by giant maple syrup glue trap. That's what I meant. Thank you very much. Exactly what I tried to say. And that might be a Canadian trap, but you know what an American trap is? Advertising. Like the ad that is going to play in exactly 1 minute and 20 seconds. Support the show. Avoid ads by becoming a sub for $6 a month or free through Prime at the top of every hour. Or oil me up, and for every 10 barrels of oil, also known as gift subs, I will give 5 back because ads suck. Don't fucking watch them. It's fucking cringe, bro. It's bad. And supporting commie screaming about commie shit is good. Be like Lolfaz. You see Lolfaz? Fucking incredible things are coming from L0 Afaza. Thank you very much.
Point out that these audits tend to focus on individual products and are not necessarily...
Ad plays in 50 seconds.
...sweeping approval of all of...
Kind of butchered that one, but still.
HireVue's AI activities. And HireVue HireVue has been involved in some controversies. In 2019, an FTC complaint was brought against HireVue for its use of opaque algorithms and facial recognition technology. HireVue has since abandoned incorporating AI facial analysis into its tools. It's worth adding that Dr. Zulaga told us focusing on language is more equitable anyway. But here's another broader point for you folks to chew on. HireVue doesn't have to do these audits. They choose to. The auditors are also paid by.
This is going to expand on every single aspect of quote-unquote business. Like, you will have these quote AI-pilled execs that are like, okay, oh, brother, how do we streamline this by basically making an algorithm do this thing, bro? The classic take, you know, tech, just like everything else, is a tool. With a hammer, you can break a guy's face in, or you can build a house, depending on your belief system. And in the case of societies, the economic system, it will be utilized for whatever the economic system deems is most productive. In capitalism, the definition of productivity is higher profit rates, and therefore it will be utilized against the everyday worker in order to make bosses more money. I'm pretty sure most of chat is class-built enough for me not to have to explain this. You're going to take Niagara Falls when it dries up in 50,000 years. We have to invade Canada now to prevent this from happening.
By HireVue, so while the auditors are independent, they're also getting paid by the people whose work they're policing. And this is just one example of a system we have in place to oversee the use of algorithms in hiring.
Thank you, Tim Pool's hairline. Oh, that's hilarious. So, look, I'm wearing Tim Pool hat. Incredible things are happening in China. Thank you for the gifty, brother. 9 gifts away from another fucking 5 from me, baby.
A system that is lacking both regulation and the resources to back it up.
There are no federal laws requiring disclosure on the part of companies who are using these AI technologies. Therefore, applicants are not able even to opt out or even get any sort of like transparency or accountability in terms of what these AI technologies are doing.
If I had my policy power, I would suggest that fairness testing would be obligatory and the standards would be very tight. We'd have like public viewing of how these things are actually behaving. We have none of those.
The federal government's Equal Employment Opportunity Commission used to publish guidelines for AI hiring and resources for applicants to protect themselves against automated discrimination. But while we were making this video, the guidelines were erased from its website, possibly as a part of the Trump administration's anti-DEI push or revoking of.
Hey, you go after you're done watching. Can you check this? Children of the Soviet Union. I think we watched it on the stream once. Yeah, we did. Thank you, though. Check out the link from Robo. It's an interesting documentary. I mean, short video. Thank you, Robo.
Of the Equal Employment Opportunity Executive Order. Even on the state level, where there is regulation in place, it is lacking. For example, in New York City, there's
no worries.
law requiring an annual audit, but the city told us that it's rarely enforced.
It's not clear how New York City can even enforce this law because they don't have the technical capacity to do it. They don't.
Serbian.
City can even enforce this law because they don't have the technical capacity to do it. They don't have the data science expertise. They're not investing in this. They're taking this very hands-off approach to say that, oh, you know, we'll just contract some companies and they'll figure this out for us.
And all of this adds up to a growing for-profit industry of AI hiring technology that is operating out of the spotlight with pretty much no oversight.
We don't know how employers or vendors of these tools test them. We don't know what the criteria are or why these are the meaningful criteria.
But folks, even a future as Terminator coded as this isn't going to...
It just further removes some most protective systems put in place for employees. Because you can, like, if you end up not hiring someone and they should have been hired and you get sued, you can say, yo, it was the software that fucked up, not us. We aren't bigoted. We aren't lazy, so we didn't actually even check out the profile, pick whatever option you want. It was the software that fucked up.
Gonna stop my money-hungry Gen Z hounds from applying to entry-level banking jobs. And there's even a litany of terrifying guides online that can prep you for giving your best virtual pitch. Meanwhile, others are even using AI themselves to come up with answers to the questions video interviews pose. It's AI on AI, people. Hot.
This is often people's first exposure to the hiring process. Every time you're being evaluated, you kind of give up a part of yourself. And when it's put through software, it becomes increasingly dehumanizing.
Indeed, it is dehumanizing.
It's already dehumanizing. You have to take the incredible complexities of who you are and your previous experience and what you can quote-unquote bring to the table and limit it to a 30 to 45-minute conversation. That's hyper-filtered, but at least there was another human being in front of you before that could relate to your current mood and emotions and bounce off of that. Now it's just you and a motherfucking camera, baby. So yeah, somehow a dehumanizing process, more dehumanizing. Incredible things are happening.
Humanizing to sit against your nicest blank wall and list off 12 traits that make you a leader for some video that a corporate hiring team might never see because HireVue's algorithm decided your intonation doesn't sound like a team player's. But what are you gonna do? Not apply to Bank of America's internship program? Yeah, that's what I thought. So in the meantime, if you're out there in the trenches of internship or job interviews, my best advice is to do what I do. Dress impeccably, stare down the barrel of the camera, try to sound smart, and don't say fuck. Follow these steps, friends, and let the algo do the rest. For good work, I'm Dan Toomey. Thanks for watching, and we'll be in touch.
Thank you. Go subscribe to Good Work, because they do good work. Oh, yeah. Okay, next video. This one's gonna be weird. Wait, what is that? What is this?
In the United States, we are in a slow, tepid...
I got too serious. Where is this? Okay.
My dad had a Playboy.
Okay, this is called Ye's Dark Gooner Misogyny, the Gooner to alt-right pipeline. Had to fucking click on it. How do you not click on that title, bro? Oh yeah, he's quitting YouTube, I believe. Oh, that's unfortunate. Did he start relatively recently? That's unfortunate. You shouldn't, bro. Why? Shouldn't. Okay, so yeah, the Gooner pipeline, Gooner to alt-right pipeline. Let's learn more. Obviously, Kanye is like an unhinged right-wing cuckold that likes to walk around his office and Zeke Heil and forces employees to draw swastikas and stuff. He also pays porn stars to have sex with his partners. Again, no kink shaming, but interesting fucking idiot. So yeah, but let's see how being exceptionally, incredibly, insanely horny can lead you to right-wing thought. Zoom to Gooner to alt-right doomer. Norman Finkelstein was right, apparently. Absolutely, dude.
Left out at age 5. And it's affected almost every choice I made for the rest of my life from age 5.
Please, no more parties in LA.
Kanye is rumored to be working on a
No more parties in LA. Please, baby, no more parties in LA.
Instagram is the best way to promote some pussy.
Scary. Scary.
I've been a fan of Kanye for almost all my life, and with his recent streak, there's some uncomfortable truths that me and other Kanye fans have to come to terms with. Kanye...
Uncomfortable? Like a fucking, I don't know, having a zit on your face is uncomfortable. A nuclear bomb of like bigotry exploding in your fucking face is not uncomfortable. The guy's a fucking piece of shit. Literally. Wait, let me just adjust the title one quick second. Okay, so let's learn about the Gooner to alt-right pipeline. I guess the state of Jizrael is not happening, eh? OG chatters know what I'm talking about. Think he's going to start taking his antipsychotics and mellow down again when he gets older? I do not care what he does. After the shit that he's done, there's no going back, and he can politely go fuck himself. No matter how many apologies he comes back with or whatever the fuck in the future. I do not like going fucking psychotic for 3 years now. We're going to excuse it. Fucking literally being a Nazi for 3 years. Nah,
is a gooner. According to Urban Dictionary, a gooner is someone who is...
That's what's bad about him, that he's a gooner, not a literal Nazi, okay? It's incredible stuff.
completely immeasurably addicted to porn, but embraces it and loves it. And with all the recent discourse about
yeah brother, yeah brother, yeah brother,
Ye's current wife, his sexual misconduct cases with Yeezy interns, and his sexualization of Kamala Harris recently, it's important to state that these aren't new occurrences. The sexualization of women in his lyrics and his unhealthy relationship with porn have always been topics. When making his hit song Stronger, which sampled Daft Punk's Harder, Better, Faster, Stronger, he had so much porn playing in the studio that it made the duo hallucinate. Nicki Minaj was also quoted before saying, "I'd go to the studio and he has nothing but pictures of naked women on his computer that he'd invite me to look at. They were really artsy pictures, but
brother, what's that? What's that, brother?
you know he loves nudity, so it was a complete shock to me.
And the craziest part is that this is like the least like a fucking unhinged, weird fucking over the top kink turning more into a sex pest type of thing that he's done, bro.
Because I thought I had him all figured out, but I didn't. He's also claimed that he fell in love with a porn star and
I think Norman is a self-hating gooner dude. There are progressive, class-conscious gooners, and then there are evil gooners. Don't you understand? Like, gooners are like white people. Most of them are fucked up, but there are good ones. And it would hurt us to generalize all of them because we would lose out on the good ones, okay? You heard it here first. Gooners are like white people. Most of them are bad, but there are some good ones.
hell of a life, and has also watched his ex-wife Kim Kardashian's sex tape. And at this point in his career, I think this is where he really doubles down on his sexualization and his porn addictions.
Oh shit, my dick got can she suck right now? Fuck, can she fuck right now? I didn't ask twice now. Can you bring your price down?
And although he isn't really known for it, when you go back and you listen to a lot of Kanye's music, a lot of it is severely horny and over-sexualizes women. And even in stuff like The Life of Pablo, you can see the contradictions start to form between Kanye's conservative views and his sexually liberated, hypersexual view of the world. I mean, even in Yeezus, he says, "Put my fists in her leg."
Guy was like the king of being horny on Maine. Literally built a career from being horny on Maine. And that turned him into a fucking Nazi, dude. Into a black Nazi. Woo! I did not have that on my fucking 2023, 24, 25 calendar.
I mean, it's 3 years worth of calendars because he's been doing it for a while now, if you know what I mean.
Right sign. And eating Asian pussy, all I need is sweet and sour sauce.
He has such a way with words. What if we fuck right in the middle of this motherfucking dinner table?
Also, I noticed halfway through voicing this.
Oh, imagine a white dude saying that shit. Imagine a white dude saying that shit. What the fuck? He's kind of like pushing, what can I get away with? What can I get away with? And we're like, okay, when you're fucking saying that Hitler is based, I think.
It's over that I am not referring to him as Ye, which is now his legal name. And honestly, I'll stick to that. I mean, if somebody wants to be called something, it'd be a nice thing to call them that, even if they were born something different. Ye has acknowledged the role pornography played in his life and the toll that it had on his mental health and relationships. He also mentioned his problem with having a wandering eye in his album Ye, where he has the lyrics, "I could have Naomi Campbell and still might want me a Stormy Daniels," who was a prawn star who was caught up with Trump, as we all know now. And he also has a bar about all these thoughts on Christian.
Guys literally like, I'm neurodivergent and super horny and Heil Hitler. Some of these things are not like the other. Some of these things are not like the other.
Christian mingle, which once again he has such a way with words. As a former lifelong fan of Kanye, I think that myself and his fans cannot deny the increasing sexual topics in his songs. While it makes sense in the character...
Yo, bro, what is this? Who said it? Kanye or Hitler?
So-
What the fuck? Yo, what the fuck?
It's an
Send me the clip if you clipped it.
audience participation game, and we have a list of quotes, and half of them were said by Kanye West, and half of them were said by Hitler.
But like, I kind of fuck with us all making fun of him instead of taking it like hyper seriously. Because I sometimes felt, because I'm taking it hyper serious. So I'm like, you know, all Nazis should quite literally, and even if they survive that, they should. But I like that, like, the guy's like, man, I'm gonna do a Hitler, guys. I'm gonna do a Hitler. I love doing a Hitler. I'm doing a Hitler, guys. And everybody was literally, dude, you're fucking weird, bruv. What the? You're weird. Please stop and leave, please. So like, it wasn't even like he didn't get the he didn't get the intense reaction. He just got the this guy's fucking stupid, right? And it's kind of an interesting way to defuse the situation.
And you have to guess who's
Not diffuse. You can't diffuse being a Nazi. That's not diffusible. That's not what I mean. To kind of lower his power levels. Let's use that. To like quite literally get rid of his power levels. You're like, God, I'm Hitler's strongest soldier. I'm Hitler's strongest soldier. And the rest of us are like, dude, what the fuck?
said.
This is a 15-year-old video. What the fuck?
Okay. Here's the first one. When a man is starving in the streets, he's not thinking of bread and water, but of caviar and champagne. Hitler. I put this on. I stand here as a revolutionary. It is as a revolutionary against the revolution.
Okay, this is
arc of My Beautiful Dark Twisted Fantasy, and then the goofy moments of his earlier albums. His most current albums, like The Vultures Run, are very heavy and sexual with graphic lyrics and imagery, even down to the album cover.
Adolf's most special child.
Kanye's albums always kind of had themes of family, religion, hope, etc. And then now he just has albums with songs called Fuck Some.
Adolf Hitler, if Kanye was alive in 1925. I am not racist. I have a black friend. Oh, fuck me.
That's the best he could come up with, I guess. But going back to his album Progressions, that's actually where we find the answer to why Ye descended into alt-right rhetoric and fascism.
Guy was like struggling with finding like a new identity. I remember the Christian phase. I remember the I'm gonna be president phase. And like when you can't find who you are, eventually I guess you just love Hitler. I'm saying that Nazis are losers.
Now, before I get into this segment, I want to say I'm not making the case that if you're religious, you're a fascist. I've said multiple times in my DMs, posts, and videos, I'm an agnostic race Christian. I'm not really a Reddit atheist. Anyways, let me cook. As Ye's guilt about his addiction deepened, he turned towards religion.
Same like, not all ad watchers are fascist, but all ads are. So avoid the ad that is going to play in exactly 2 minutes and 45 seconds. And de-fascistify yourself, denazify yourself by becoming a sub for $6 a month for free through Prime. Or by gifting to those who cannot afford it. And for every 10 gifts, I will give another 5. The Gunnar army must prove that we are not all crypto-fascists. Thank you very much, Cam. Ad plays in 2 minutes 30.
Religion in search of redemption, as many do. His embrace of Christianity, which culminated in the release of his
Religion is no longer the opiate of the masses. Opium is the opium of the masses.
2019 gospel-inspired album Jesus is King marked a significant turning point in his public life, Christianity for West became both a source of solace and a framework for grappling with his perceived sins. However, this newfound faith came with its own complications. His guilt and shame over his past, especially in relation to pornography addiction and other moral failings, led him to adopt increasingly rigid and punitive views of the world. This extreme form of religious conservatism, in which Ye positioned himself as a moral authority, contributed.
The eternal hypocrisy of the guy screaming the most about social issues from a conservative lens, aka you are not allowed to do that, that is too kinky and God will not like it, are usually hardcore fucking perverts, and we all know this. Thank you very much. And Stan Hall for the 5 months. Sub for Kanye. Let's fucking go.
Contributed to his public embrace of controversial political ideologies, including his breakdown and confession of almost aborting his daughter during his presidential run. Speaking of his daughter, in 2018, Ye released, his album Ye. It was released to mixed reception, but a song that stood out to me on this album on the first listen was a song called Violent Crimes. Outside of his very bizarre relationships and misogyny, Ye was pretty politically progressive throughout his years, from calling out homophobia in the rap industry to having a verse about the predatory prison industrial complex. And after a very braggadocious, sexually charged album run like T-Lop, Yeezus, and Dark Fantasy, I was pretty surprised that he made a song that was so personal and reflective about the prevalence of misogyny, domestic abuse, and sexualization of women. But then, as I got older and revisited the song more deeply for this video, I realized how shitty and hollow of a song it really is. Ye self-admittedly didn't even write most of the lyrics, and although he gets into his personal life and fears for his daughter Northwest, that's one of its major pitfalls. Of course, I wouldn't bash anybody for coming to the realization that yes, rape, misogyny, and abuse are very real issues for women. But Ye's criticisms target symptoms rather than the causes, and he never really changed after making this song. Sure, fellas are pimps, players, and monsters until they have daughters, but is it really necessary for these dudes to only realize this after having a daughter? Or because they have a sister? There's also a grouping of lyrics where Ye goes on about how he won't let his daughter do anything like Pilates or wear curvy dresses because men are perverts. Which, as a fan of Ye, is fucking bonkers considering he gets head in public and basically married his current wife to be a walking bonkers considering he gets head in public.
Holy. What the? Is it a boat?
And basically married his current wife to be a walking sex trophy, but I don't want to get into ad hominem territory. What came across to fans as a personal rough fencing session and development in Ye's character and morals turned out to be a ghost-written song that sounds nice, but misses any hard combos to be had or anything meaningful. After this, Ye released Donda, which had themes about his mother, his faith, and family, but all of that really meant nothing because of what followed.
They want to separate and confuse the Christians and make us afraid to stand next to each other. A Christian can stand next to anyone. We can go visit R. Kelly in prison. We can go talk to Harvey Weinstein.
That's what Jesus did.
Yes.
At the heart of Ye's
Oh, most normal conversation at the bar after 4 a.m.
turn towards fascist ideology is a sense of guilt that morphed into an aggressive need for control and religion. Faced with the dissonance between his past behavior and his new religious identity, Ye appeared to lash out against what he perceived as a morally corrupt world. And one of the things that fascism by nature promises is a return to an idealized past, a period where individuals can find meaning and identity through strong leaders and clear moral boundaries. And this is where this guy comes in and breaks the camel's back. Long story short, he's a Nazi sympathizer. While many of the most visible figures in the pornography industry are not Jewish, Ye's particular focus on the role he saw.
Holy shit, no way. No fucking way. Is that the art? That would be crazy if that was actually the point. Okay. Oh, shit, bro. Shit, bro. No, I'm not reacting to the Fuentes thing. So you have this guy that's like a hardcore gooner, and he feels extremely embarrassed about it. He hates that aspect of himself. And he blames it on having discovered his dad's Playboy magazine when he was a kid. That overstimulated him, and he was really into hypersexualized content, let's call it, for the rest of his life. And he couldn't kind of get rid of this, let's call it addiction. Yeah? So he tried to get rid of it through religion. He tried to get rid of it through counseling, through medication. But then here comes the Nazis that tell him, yo, like, you're weird because they made you into a degenerate. Who made you into a degenerate? The porn industry. Who runs the porn industry? Jews. So every single problem I have in my life, this addiction, is because of the porn industry, which is ran by Jews who want to do what? Like divide us, make us like addicts, obsessive over things that do not allow us to fully express ourselves, be productive, etc., etc. And herein walks in anti-Semitism. Holy shit. Do you think that was the pipeline for him? Like Freudian moment, Freud with Hugo. We're doing psychoanalysis on Kanye West. That would make sense. Obviously, that would not make sense. Jesus, don't misinterpret me. That's fucking insane shit. But if that was the pipeline, that pipeline would make sense as if, like, what can turn somebody like Kanye into a Nazi? I think so. I'm like 80% sure. Probably. Like, it makes sense to you, right? You really hate one aspect of yourself. You can't get rid of it. And now you have a whole group of people that you can blame this problem on. And the Jews that make porn, apparently, whatever the fuck this unhinged shit is. He keeps saying because it's some music contract with a Jew. Yeah, it's like the original thing is there was some Jewish person that was managing a concert, and they put him in a shitty hotel. And he basically went on a spiral about how they put him in a shitty hotel because Jews. That was like a trigger moment to like start all of this. But the ideological pattern, I think, has more to do with porn. I think this video is very good. I think the analysis is actually like crazy on point. But the hotel thing is true. Like, watch the TrueAnon episode on Kanye. After that, after their analysis, brilliant analysis, shout out to TrueAnon. I was like, this guy is unredeemable. This guy is just a fucking piece of shit. But holy fuck, I always wondered like what his path, because like I'm more of an expert on the fascist pipeline than anything else. At least I pride myself in. And I was like, okay, how does a rich black rapper guy become a Nazi? Because it is an interesting question. It's a very strange category of people to become a Nazi. The only part that made sense of being a Nazi is him being a cuck. Like, that's most of them probably are. But the pipeline itself, I couldn't get. I genuinely couldn't figure out. And this is enlightening. This is enlightening.
But Jewish people playing in the entertainment and media.
I'm a bit sleepy tonight, but when I wake up, I'm going DEFCON 3 on Jewish people. Oh, yeah, then.
Sectors became intertwined with his negative experiences with porn. And then this happened.
Yeah, there you go. That's the argument. It's a decent fucking argument, bro. It's a decent fucking point. It is a decent point, jebem ti mater, brate. Ali ozbiljno, dobar argument, jebote. Mamu mu jebem dobar argument, jebote. Uopšte mi nije ni palo na pamet. Like, I didn't think of this. It's rare in this job for you to actually like see an original take. And this is an original fucking take. And it's a good one. Respectful, like most of the stuff we watch, like, and I love all of it, but it's regurgitation of information, right? It's like, hey, look at this, like we are shedding a light on this type of thing that some other academic found or some other researcher found. This video is the researcher. It's the research. And it's very fucking good. Ha! 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 It's very nice. It feels nice.
Latino.
Obviously, not all of this is horrible. Just feels nice to like that incredible point when all pieces fall into place and something that up until that moment looked incredibly irrational to you now makes sense.
White supremacist goes to Ye and tells him that all of his issues in the music industry, media, and Kim Kardashian leaving him for Pete Davidson is because of the Jews.
There you go.
And I plan to cover this in another video down the line when maybe, I feel like getting death threats, but the porn industry, like the music industry, has a lot of Jewish influence and overrepresentation due to historical context. I mean, it's not really talked about or well known nowadays, but Michael Jackson also had a heavily anti-Semitic streak. I mean, you could look at the pictures and also the lyrics of They Don't Really Care About Us, but this is a story for another day. If you've been a Ye fan for a while, you've probably noticed that over his career, Ye has
Okay, if you're gonna tell me that the racism bad song is actually about Jews, I'm gonna lose my shit.
always had people in his life to keep him on the straight and narrow. Jay-Z, Pharrell, Kim Kardashian, Donda, the list goes on and on. But nowadays we see Ye surrounded by yes men in that he exiles anybody that disagrees. So for now, he only has leeches and nobody that cares about him truly. So to basically sum up this segment and the video as a whole, a mentally ill man with misogynistic tendencies was taken advantage of by a white supremacist who told him that all of his issues, including—
Oh no, fuck this guy. He wasn't. Yeah, he was taken advantage of, but it does not exclude
If you
absolutely
goon hard
fucking
enough,
anything. No,
you
no.
can become leftist again. Call it the horse goon theory.
I love it. Thank you, Barry fucking G. Yeah, like fuck the excuses. Yeah, I was manipulated by the Nazis to become a Nazi. Oh, what me? Manipulated by the Nazis to become. Yeah, like every single Nazi ever of all time was manipulated into becoming a Nazi by Nazis. What the fuck? What? But still, okay.
his porn addiction, his struggles in the music industry, yada yada.
But the analysis of the pipeline to Nazism through incredible feelings of lower self-worth generated by porn addiction, which then he finally managed to explain away to himself through an anti-Semitic conspiracy of Jews pushing porn onto Christians, is crazy. I blame Farrakhan for black anti-Semitism. My hot take is he was CIA. Yeah, maybe. But in this case, it's I don't think it's that case of that pipeline towards anti-Semitism. This was very personal, very personal road that he went on to become an anti-Semite. And as not very often, as always with Nazis, it comes from a deep insecurity that they cannot resolve through self-reflection. So therefore they do not want to look at the enemy within, so they find an enemy without. Anyways, great stream. Thank you to the Oilers. Thank you to everybody who clicked follow. If you're new here and you haven't clicked the button. If you click the button, it literally costs nothing. Press that beautiful, beautiful thing. I don't know why I'm on 1900. We're very close to that beautiful 1900 subs. Thank you to the subbers. Thank you to the mods. Today was a very fun stream. Today was sick as fucking stream. We were 1K Andy for a while. It was sick. I hope you guys enjoyed it. We actually covered very niche but nonetheless important topics, I think. I hope you learned something from the lukewarm takes. Oh, lovely, lovely. Actually lovely. Tell me who to raid that I haven't raided recently. Ugh. Most people are offline because it's a Sunday. Sean, I raided Sean too many times recently. Mari, who is Mari? I don't know Mari. Oh, I am Marianne? J. Marianne? Sure, let's do it. Let's do it. I think she raided me once. Yes, I counted. I am very petty. I'm exceptionally petty. Anyways, thank you for the follows. Thank you to the mods. Thank you for the subs. Follow all the fucking socials. Hey, you. Wake up. Wake up, wake up, wake up. Socials, right here. You just write Yugopnik on whatever. I have the most original fucking name in the world, okay? Go have fun. Spam what they told you to spam. Bring people to my community. Send love to their community. We are small, but we are strong. And the fight, the jihad, shall never end until every single ad is removed from the world. Can I raid now, please? Ciao, ciao.